Oh, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Sunday, May 28th, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App $ ORION NWSF or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got NXT Battleground 2023 live reactions with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. So we are going to get this NXT Battleground pay-per-view started, I believe, in about 10 minutes. I originally was going to end up doing the NASCAR race, the Coca-Cola 600, live from Charlotte Motor Speedway, but rain was just too much of a factor, and it kind of sucks because a lot of us were kind of looking forward to doing that stream today, and I took a lot of time with the prep, and they're going to reschedule it tomorrow for, I believe, noon. Tomorrow. So there is a possibility where we may do 2 streams tomorrow, just depending on the schedule and what I can end up doing. But normally with Charlotte Motor Speedway and the Coca-Cola 600, it's going to be a long race. It's usually like 5 hours, sometimes longer. So, if that ends up, getting to that time, that's going to get right into the NHL matchup that I was planning on doing with the Stars and the Vegas Golden Knights. So I don't really know what we're going to do as far as tomorrow, but I am kind of intrigued by this NXT Battleground. And shout out to Whitey, Air Whitey, for giving this suggestion. He's like, if, I don't know what you're planning on doing, and I don't think he looked at any of my posts, but he's like, NXT Battleground is on tonight. And originally I was going to do NASCAR, and I was like, okay, this is a great backup plan just in case it does rain out. Last year, it rained, and I believe it was like the longest NASCAR stream I did, or one of them. I think it was like 6-7 hours after multiple delays of rain last year. So I remember this time of year, and I think I ended up doing NXT Battleground. I know I've done a few of the pay-per-views on NXT last year, and they don't have a lot of matches, which is, they're going to take a little bit more time with the quality. And, WWE, obviously, with their pay-per-views, I think they've done that as well. Instead of having 10 matches, cut it down to about 6 or 7 and have them be maybe a little bit longer, a little bit more meaningful. And typically the pay-per-view ends up being overall a better overall score, and the fans are a little bit more happy when it's said and done. Sarah in the building. How are you? What's good? Let's get to 100 in donos. Let's do it. Fuck, you're telling me, man. I wish I could. I mean, that's, $50-$60. They got to build up their, they got to build up their money first. First they got to be able to have one show, with like Dynamite, maybe take Rampage to 2 hours, see how that goes. Then maybe do the whole Saturday show with the Collision. They got to build up the roster. They got to get some more WWE men and women superstars to come over before they're going to be able to afford anything. Oh, hell, I know, bro. I mean, I'm not making, millions and millions of dollars, but I actually will pay $50 or $60 for a pay-per-view. I don't have the extra money right now to do it. But the thing is, if AEW only does like 4 a year, you're not paying $50 a month. And if you actually look at the card and it's worth it to you, normally for me, I'll do 2 a year. I'll look at the card, and if I'm not 100% sold on all the matches in the card, or maybe I see one shitty one and then the rest look pretty hot, pretty fire, then maybe I'll pull the trigger. But like, if I see a card that looks 50-50, I'm not going to do it. Like tonight, I want to watch the fucking Blackpool Combat Club, and I want to watch the fucking Elite with Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks going after those guys. That's going to be, that would be worth it to me alone. You know what I mean? I could see a replay. I could see highlights. I could end up seeing clips on Twitter and Instagram, but it's just not fucking the same. That's for anything that you do. So, and like I said, if you end up planning it out, and it ends up, being where you do have the extra money, trust me, because I've ordered a few of them. I've ordered a few of them over the years, in the last 3 or 4 years of their existence. And every one that I've ordered has been a 9 or a 10. I was not let down. I wasn't like, oh my God, I need a fucking refund type of thing. So, obviously NXT Battleground isn't going to be my number one choice for today, since we had NASCAR, Dodgers and Mariners played. Hey, and shout out to my M's coming down, obviously, from the big comeback, having bases loaded, and obviously leaving those guys stranded for the Pirates and getting out of that inning in the top of the 10th, and then getting to the bottom of the 10th. And then my boy, Eugenio Suarez with the home run. And we ended up winning the series against the Pirates. That's a good sign, for the Mariners. We're nowhere near being playoff ready, or playoff tested, or even being a fucking playoff team for that matter. but it feels good to beat good teams. Hell, it feels good beating shitty teams when you're not really that good yourself, like when we ended up sweeping the A's. Most people are like, good for you. Well, we haven't swept the A's in Seattle since like 91. So, and it's usually a 4-game set, not 3. Of course, it's easy to get 3 games in a sweep and win 2 games. But that 4th game usually is the deal breaker. That's usually the one that, you can't do. So, yeah, and like I said, I looked at the card and I saw some of the matches looked okay. And you know how much I love AEW. I prefer AEW over WWE most of the time. I preferred ECW and WCW over WWF, except, for when I was really little, Demolition and Hulk Hogan, the Hulkamaniacs, Ultimate Warrior, Macho Man, Bushwhackers, my favorite, Road Warriors, Legion of Doom. But then once we went from like the 80s to the 90s, and then we started getting into like NWO, and a lot of the legends were going from WWF to WCW. I just preferred, not only the way the ring sounded, when guys got body slammed, but I actually liked their setup for their pay-per-views, Bash at the Beach, things like that. So, everyone has a preference, but I still love DX, still love Mankind, still love, everything that they brought with Rock and Stone Cold. That, everyone's got a kind of a preference on what they like. So it's not like I hate WWE or don't like WWF. I do. Obviously, before COVID, I didn't miss a Raw or SmackDown ever since the existence of Raw or SmackDown. So obviously I'm committed to wrestling. I just want to see good quality wrestling. So, and yeah, the 4 pillars, yeah, with Sammy Guevara and Darby and MJF and Jungle Boy. Yeah. And then obviously, the Anarchy in the Arena. Is that what they're calling the Blackpool Combat Club and Young Bucks match? Is that what the ringer is? I assume, I think you and me think so much alike. And a lot of the, people that are mods and a lot of the people that are regulars, we're not going to all have the same opinions all the time. We're not going to all like the same stuff. But I feel a lot of us, when it comes down to, we know when we look at the card, oh, this looks like it has potential, or you look at it and you're like, I'm not really, do I even care if I watch this match? And then you hope that it's good, but in the back of your mind is like, well, it'll probably be a 5 or a 7. And it might be one of those like Bobby Lashley matches where it's like, I respect him. He's a good wrestler. He's gotten better on the mic over the years, but none of his matches to me are ever memorable. And I don't think that's, he just needs to be booked better. I think he's a good wrestler, but I don't remember not one match really, of any significance of Bobby Lashley. And I think it's like that. And, it is what it is. You can always be surprised. And of course, I definitely love surprises and seeing guys do better, than expected. But this one right here, if I'm actually looking at this card, right? So I had to hook you up, obviously, with the Carmelo Hayes and the Braun Breaker, right? Had to do something original and different. So we already know with this one should be pretty good, right? So this one should be pretty good. And as we look down on some of the other pieces of the card here for the women's, there's a little bit of intrigue here. I don't really know how it's going to play out, but okay, let me see. Obviously here, a little triple threat action. This one could actually be something a little crazy. I'm fucking Dija. It should have been Dijakovic. This should just kept his regular name. Dijakovic and Keith Lee, I've seen a bunch of their matches one-on-one and a lot of the feuds. And Dijakovic and Dijak, he can hold his own. So we'll see what happens here. Right here. A little high flying, a little crazy. Very intrigued with this particular one here. And then we have this match. Obviously, some of it, it's like, I'm not too sure. It's like, all right, I got to be able to see it for myself. And for me, I watch Raw and SmackDown on the regular. I can't watch NXT usually during the week on the regular because sometimes, let's be honest, it's unwatchable or it's kind of tough to watch. It just depends. I guess once I hit that mode, it has to be something special for me to get back in because I'm already doing Dynamite and I'm doing Rampage. But on the AEW side, I can be honest, Rampage a lot of times sucks. It's not that good. Like sometimes if they have a special match planned for it with Kenny Omega or the Young Bucks, then that makes Rampage good. But if they don't have that like gimmick match or good match planned, sometimes it's a hit or miss where even Rampage could be like, well, if I watch it, I watch it. If I don't, I don't. Now, I always do. But definitely I could see where fans are like, well, maybe I'll fast forward through the commercials real quick, and maybe I'll fast forward through some of these matches. And I think we're all guilty of that at some point or another. So we'll see where it goes here with the titles and with the different title opportunities. I wish I obviously had a little linkage for AEW, but I imagine I'll be able to kind of keep up with some of the things that are going, but definitely not the same for wanting to watch it live. So yeah, well, but the thing is, though, if with MJF, what they should have done instead of these 4 pillars, and I get it, giving Jungle Boy and getting Sammy Guevara an opportunity, they should have made it 1-on-1 with Darby Allin and MJF. And obviously, huge underdog. You already know what's going to happen, but you're going to get some high flying spots. With Darby, I would have built it up that way, and then down the road, 4 pillars match when MJF still has the title. I mean, call me a booker, don't call me a booker, but that's what I would have done. And I think that it would have been a little bit bigger, instead of this. I mean, I like gimmick matches, and I like, triple threat and fearsome foursome and, doing these 4 pillars, one-on-one on one-on-one, right? I like that, but I just think at the storytelling aspect of it, maybe it could have been a little bit better, but again, it just depends if they're going to try to do what they're doing with WWE with Roman and giving MJF like a year or 2-year title reign as being the longest reigning, AEW champion. Like if they were trying to kind of copycat what they're doing with Roman, right? Or if they're not going to do that and they're going to spread the belt around with all the different greats, like I obviously for me, next man up for me would be Bryan Danielson. That's who should have the belt after MJF, in my opinion. Now, will he? It probably not, because unless he has a feud directly with him. But to me, that would be the next, kind of like cycle of champions when we've had Jericho, you've seen John Moxley, Kenny Omega, Adam Hangman Page. So you've seen the belt going around MJF, and I feel the one that should get it next is Bryan Danielson. I mean, it's just a no-brainer, but I don't know when he'll get it, but I know he will before his time is up in AEW. Yeah, so I mean, as I'm looking at this now, would I have watched this live? Probably not, because we were going to be doing, NASCAR, right? But with the Coca-Cola 600. But would I have caught this later? Yeah, probably. Maybe a day or two later. I'm not sure if I would have necessarily done it tonight. But sometimes there's opportunities, where we miss out on a NASCAR stream to a rain out. And I'm not lazy. Sarah's not lazy. We're going to grind it out. I have to be able to pay, bills and survive. So, the goal is to stream every day. I know a lot of people, have shitty jobs, and I get it. I've been there. Trust me. I've had like 2 or 3 jobs at some point or another, even when I was trying to build this channel. I get it. But sometimes you got to be able, to find that right place, find that, right job, find that right opportunity, find that right dream, because even though like I work typically every day, every once in a while, if I get sick or if I need a mental health day, there might be a day. And of course, if you end up having depression or anxiety and you end up missing a couple days or a week or a couple weeks, shit happens, right? But life is too short to be, going through life with the shit job. Sometimes you just need to get fired, or you just need to quit and just move on and then find that next thing. I just feel with everything that's going on, a lot of people are stuck in that mode. And, for me, it's like, even though it's work, you know what I mean? When you are doing something that is your dream and your goal, and even if I'm working every day and if I have to work 3 to 7 hour days, just depending on what's going on, or even longer, sometimes 10 hours if it's multiple streams, it's work. Right. But it also sometimes, like the cliche says, it doesn't feel like work because you're actually doing something you look forward to doing instead of dreading waking up and going to work, which everyone has done. Fuck my life. I hate this job. I don't want to go. We've all been there. Right. We don't like that feeling. So if people are feeling that way, sometimes a change is good. And sometimes when you get fired from a job, you get depressed, you get anxiety, you feel like a loser, you know what I mean? But honestly, sometimes getting fired from a job hurts the ego a little bit, but sometimes it's what's meant to be, Sometimes the job is a shitty job and they're just, and sometimes you fuck up yourself, and you got yourself fired, so it can go either way. on different things. But I'll tell you what, just like Oprah and a lot of other people, hell, I've been fired. It fucking hurt. It put me in a depression spell. I was in bed for a couple weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, feeling like shit, right? Climbed out of it though, had some things happen. And then a few weeks later, I decided to go full time. And then here we are, almost, a year and a half, 2 years, obviously about a year and a half in, from being full time. It took me 10 years to get to that point. But at the job that I was at, there was just no way I was going to be able to do enough content or, think about getting maybe enough subs to get me enough donos to go full time. But everything happens for a reason. So remember that, sometimes a change is meant for the better. And I do really look forward to talking to you guys every day. I really look forward to people watching the replays, people watching on Twitter, people obviously hanging out here, and just us being able to go over whatever the, freshest events are for the day, whether it be playoff hockey one day to a fucking WWE pay-per-view at 10 a.m., right? Then to maybe an NHL, playoff matchup, then to NBA with that crazy matchup last night with the Celtics with the tip-in by White with 0.1. That's why we watch sports and wrestling, basketball, baseball, football, hockey, and wrestling. We watch this stuff because a lot of times we feel we can predict it. We know what's going to happen, but every once in a while, no matter how smart you think you are, no one's ever going to be right, including me all the time. And it's just nice to be surprised. And it's nice to be able to get together, and build up, the mental health and enjoy things like this. Wasn't expecting this. Here we are. Let's go. Yeah, I'm ready. Finley in the building. What's good? Oh, that sounds good. I actually had chili, like some chili dog type stuff here. So just a little bit ago. So I'm ready to go, baby. So this is the first match. So they obviously assume this is going to be one of the top 2 matches of the night, besides the last match of the night, which will be this. So, I mean, if you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the best case scenario, 4 good matches, 2 okay or above average, and then maybe 1 bad one, or could be a hell of a lot better. So, but a lot of times it'll be out of 7 matches, 3, 2, and 2. 3 good, 2 above average, and 2 like, damn it, this could have been much, much better. So we're starting off hopefully with a bang, right? Tyler in the building, what's good? I figured you were going to show up. I was doing NASCAR, and then I decided when it got rained out, good thing Air Whitey, he's one of our regulars, he suggested it to me a few hours back. I totally forgot that this was on today, just because I've been in NASCAR mode and baseball with Dodgers and Mariners. And then, obviously we got basketball and hockey tomorrow, but then NASCAR got rained out at the Coca-Cola 600. And here we are. I'm not going to waste a day just because something goes unexpected, just unfortunate because I spent so much time prepping, for this. And it's like, with everything that I did here, it fucking turned out good. So hopefully I get to use that tomorrow, but we'll wait and find out. I love triple threats. And obviously this looks like it's going to be very fast paced. And look at this like unique pin style where they're just going after it at the very beginning of the match. Now, if it was ECW, then they would have done like kip ups and they would have like, did the whole, at the end, and then the crowd would have went crazy. When you got some of the other guys, they just kind of get up from like rolling around on the ground with each other and they just look at each other. Doesn't have the same effect, when guys are punching, kicking, they're doing the whole pin sequence and then they both kip up, look at each other, then you can see the athleticism. So maybe they can, little things like that. When you watch wrestling for a long, long time and they wonder why the crowd didn't give them that pop. You got to be sequenced. You got to be, all doing the same symmetry. You got to make sure you're doing the same move and looking at each other at the same time, But I don't know if all 3 of these guys can do kip ups, so that's probably why they didn't do it. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Yeah, and sometimes when guys are a little bit bigger, right? Kevin Owens is my favorite example, even though he's lost a shitload of weight from back in the day. You if you put in the work, body sizes and shapes and height, it's all going to vary with wrestlers. And some wrestlers are going to have a fucking beer belly. Some are, going to be a little a little chubby, a little overweight. But that doesn't mean that they can't do the moves like some of the skinnier guys. It just, oh, baby, right there. A little high risk, And I don't really think this guy's that. I mean, he's a little, he's not ripped. He's definitely not on roids. He's a little overweight, but he's got a little bit of a body, right? So you'll be surprised by, I mean, it also depends if they do power moves a lot and then they surprise you with that high risk move. 2. But I like the energy so far in the match. You can always start the match off with like multiple unique pins. ECW would do that with some of their Lucha Libre guys or like RVD. And then just making sure you have cool spots throughout the match. One-on-one and then 2-on-1 moves, double suplex, double bulldog, whatever, double power bomb, or inverted things, Oh, look at that. Oh! 2 right there. Exactly what I was talking about. Give me something that I haven't seen before, or give me something that I have seen before, but maybe not in a long time. Look at this. Oh, with the continuation, with the suplex and the pin. Let's go. Damn, you're right, man. Yes. That's a good example there. 2. Let's go. And I got a chance to take Paisley out and for our hour walk. So I did that, early on. So everything is good, just doing stuff around the house, watching a bunch of, I actually ended up watching some of that Indy 500, when you hang out with people like in this fucking room and, there's going to be things that you guys watch that I even don't watch. I'm like, all right, fuck it. Let me, I watch it sometimes, but we're not talking every year. And I'm not probably watching the whole thing usually. I ended up watching a majority, beginning, a little bit of the middle, and towards the end. I enjoyed it. And then I saw an interview saying that Kyle Larson, from NASCAR Cup Series is going to end up doing both next year. Coca-Cola 600, but in the morning he'll do the Indy 500 for the very first time. Very cool. Oh, look at that. 2, and then elbow drop. Let's go. I'm really liking the vibe of this match. And that's why wrestling, for some fans, it's about the promotion and about the big names. But for me, it's about the wrestling. It could be 3 jobbers, not saying that these guys are jobbers, but they could be 3 jobbers that are giving me the coolest moves, right? And in a high tempo type of match, compared to 2 superstars or 3 superstars that are doing like Hulk Hogan moves, punch, kick, leg drop, big boot, DDT, body slam, pin. I'm going to want to watch this. Look at this. Oh my God. Yeah. With the giant swing, his inner Cesaro. Oh my gosh. Heck yeah. Okay. I mean, I've already seen more unique spots in this match in the first 4 minutes than I think I've seen in quite a few matches in a while. Oh, let's go. 2. Bate was trying to get that. Yes, with Gunther. Here we go. Hopefully we can get some of the goats to come in and hang out. Again, we were planning on doing the NASCAR Coca-Cola 600, but too much fucking rain. Rain yesterday, fucked everything up. Rain today, fucked everything up. And I believe they're going to do it at noon. So, but usually it's like a 4 to 5 hour race. So we have to make a decision. Do I do that and the Stars and the Golden Knights, matchup for Game 6, in Dallas? Or do we just do the NHL playoff matchup? Because they might kind of bleed over into the next event, but I'd have to stop the NASCAR one, obviously to start the new one. But also, I got my puppy too, so I don't know if I want to leave her just unattended and not really being looked after for 9 hours. What a move. Here we go. Oh, let's go. Dude, I'm loving this match right now. And again, it's about, your creativity when you end up having 3 or more people in the match. How many spots can you give me with 3 or 4 people? And at 3 is almost kind of the perfect amount. Sometimes 4, it can work. Oh, let's go. Fucking Gacy. All right, Gacy. Okay. I'm super impressed. You know how I am. I'm very critical. But again, I see wrestling kind of a little bit differently. And there's a reason why I liked kind of ECW and AEW normally over WWE, because it's a style of wrestling. It's kind of like this, where it's like, Lucha Libre style. It's fast paced. I see double team moves. I see uniqueness. That's what I enjoy in wrestling. Sometimes, when you have the matches where it's all technical, with all like holds. Sometimes, depending on who it is, I can enjoy that, like Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart. But sometimes those are a little bit too slow. Or you have guys like back in the day, like Hulk Hogan, where his moveset was absolutely terrible. Of course, he was a phenom and an icon, and he's the reason why wrestling is big as it is today. But if we're looking at just moveset, not good. I don't like watching wrestling like that. Punch, kick, DDT, body slam, pin, 1, 2, 3, go to the back. I don't know. It's just, and sometimes I feel with WWF, WWE, it's kind of like that. It's a little bit too vanilla for me. And I like to be able to be surprised and be entertained. I mean, especially when you've been watching wrestling, since I've been, 3 years old, 4 years old, and I'm 41. So it's like, I think I have a right, just like everyone else, to be a little picky, I'm loving this so far. This is awesome. Yeah, should have boxed out. And like I said, Miami didn't deserve to win that game the way that Jimmy played. If he didn't go 3 for 19 up into the point where he started getting on a little run, he just wasn't meant to be. And now we'll see if Boston makes history as the first team to come back from 3-0 down to win. But it's not like Boston, I think, would beat Denver. I don't think that's happening. Both teams would probably lose in 6. If Boston got hot, they might be able to push that to 7. But I'm loving this match, though. And again, you want to have the best match. What is it going to be, like total elimination? Look at this. Oh! I love the athleticism. Oh, are you kidding me? You already know when I know a match is good, because when you hear me say "oh" or lose my lid, that when the "oh" comes out, 2. The more times that happens, then that's when the scale goes up in the match. And of course, if you say more than 3 times in a match, chances are it's a 9 or a 10. Because most of the time you'll get maybe 1 0 or 2. But 3 to 5 or 3 to 7, then you're like, oh, okay. Love the tempo of this match. And then that uniqueness. You're not seeing that shit on Raw, on SmackDown. Remember when NXT, the black and gold, the black and yellow brand, Undisputed Era, that was the best thing that was on wrestling TV, where Raw and SmackDown were booty compared to NXT. Remember? Man. Were they chanting, "We want tables"? Man, this match is awesome. I had a feeling that this was going to be 1 or 2, based off, a triple threat and that type of quality. But this one is even surprising the hell out of me. Like, a lot of times you can see potential, but if I don't know I don't know exactly what moveset they got planned, super impressed. I mean, even up to this point, this has had way more action and excitement than probably 9 out of 10 matches that we normally see on TV. Incredible, man. Let's go, baby. Let him know, Booker. 2. Oh, great. He's athletic. He's athletic. There's a lot of athleticism in this ring. Oh, 1, 2. Oh, high knees to the pin. Get out of here. 1, 2, 2. Oh, my God. These guys are so on point. Sometimes it makes you wonder how much prep time went in and practice together. Sometimes they just go. But sometimes, they get a little bit of time to kind of work on a little bit of like, let's do this, and kind of have a couple spots planned. Man, if they didn't meet up prior, these guys are just killing it. What a way pop off Battleground, man. I mean, I really wanted to do NASCAR Cup Series Coca-Cola 600. Oh my God. But I'm so happy we have this as a backup option. This is the best thing possible. Let's go. My God. Oh, sit down. Gacy. Look at him. There's no way Gacy can. Oh, it's like you don't think Gacy can do like cartwheels or backflips. Oh, wow. That was incredible. Great match. 9.5. I mean, unless you want to straight up give it a 10. I mean, in my book, that's like a 10. You know what I mean? Entertain more than like 5 O's, if you want to, call it a 9 or a 9.5, if it didn't suit you fully, fine, but it can't be any lower than a 9. But to me, that's a kind of a 10. I like watching matches like that. That's exactly my personality right there. Fucking A. Wow. Well, some people might say 9. Some people might say 9.5. I say 10. That's exactly what I want to see. Because if that's not a 10, I don't know what the fuck it is. That was incredible. You got to see a lot of cool, double team, one-on-one moves. You got to see some very unique pins. It was fast. Even Gacy's doing athletic moves, where he doesn't look like he can match the other two. High-risk maneuvers. Awesome. This is fucking great. Sarah with $1. Let's go. Let's get it started. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $1 holla. Let me know what you want to see at whatever point, and I got you. 99 to go, and then hopefully we can get there. Just really blessed that we've been able to have the support that we've had. Obviously with last month being pretty tough, and hopefully we can hit the goal today and get a few goats to come through, and obviously tomorrow as well. We're gonna be grinding. I mean, pretty much the goal is to stream pretty much every day. So, yeah. I agree. Yeah, carries the title very well and kind of reminds me of an ECW type of wrestler, to be honest. That reminded me as an ECW match, honestly. And anything that reminds me of ECW, I'm going to love it. And that's why I usually lean a little bit more towards AEW because they have matches like that more often, regardless of who's wrestling. But wow. Okay, WWE, NXT. Fantastic job. 10 out of 10 in my book. Incredible. So what's the next match going to be? What do we think? The next match is going to be possibly the worst match of the night if they do it by that, and obviously maybe we'll build after that. The last match of the night will supposedly be the best, but will it? But there's still going to be other matches on the card that are interesting to me, but I'm curious to see where they go. And I mean, I'm not really sure if I see there are obviously some matches look like they're going to have more potential than others. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. I mean, some look like, a little bit better than others, but I don't think anything really looks quote unquote terrible. Braun Breaker. All right, let's do some Braun. And when I was doing the thumb, I could have done what a lot of people do, where they just go, let me find the graphic, and that's already like made. Oh, okay, boom, But it's like, I want to be able to put in the work, and sometimes it's hard though to be able to find like what background you want to use. And I was like, I want to use a wrestling ring, but then you got to have one that actually like looks good. And I had to hit you with the champ, and I had a little bit of Braun as well. Turned out good. All right, let me. All right, let's get some Braun. BRON, BREAKKER. Every time I ran on the field, I'd yell, "Let's go!" But there was I really going. The depth of this man. Sometimes I just want to run a car. Go. I do know. And I think I can help you with that. Really? Looks like you are going in the vehicle. It's been a while since I've seen a match be like a 9.5 or a 10 to start it off. I mean, usually you get them in the pay-per-views, but That was impressive. It's exactly what I needed, based off NASCAR being rained out. So just something to cheer me up a little bit. And fuck, what an incredible way to start that pay-per-view off. All right, are they doing the women's now? So is this what we're doing? This is the second match. So if this is the second match, then this is, in their terms, this is the worst match of the night of the matches that are available. And not necessarily because it's a female match. Some female matches end up being good. Some female matches end up being the best on an entire card. Look at WWE's main roster with their top females, with Charlotte and Bianca, Asuka, and Rhea Ripley. We already know they can put on 10s. So maybe, this will underwhelm, but look at the athleticism. You know what I mean? Is it really going to underwhelm? I see you. Tiffany athletic as shit. And obviously they got a kind of a Mandy Rose type of look to her, except a hell of a lot more athletic though. Let's go, Braun. They're in the shadows of Boston at NXT Battleground, and there we see Carmelo Hayes arriving as well. Sometimes you got to be able to, normally Braun Breaker, based on how he is, that would be someone kind of like a Roman where you could keep the belt on him for like a long time, but you got to be able to develop other people and not just have it be about one guy. So I'm really happy that they ended up, dropping the belt and, getting someone else a little bit of shine. Not everyone has to have the shine 24/7. Not everyone's going to be in that Roman Reigns, category, or maybe possibly MJF. If they do, but the thing is if you do what they're doing, right, with MJF, then that means that, Bryan Danielson is going to get left out. And I don't want that to happen. I mean, Bryan Danielson is so fucking talented, so over, one of the best technical wrestlers of all time, a pure entertainer, and obviously being undersized as well. He's next man up. So hopefully we'll figure it out. And I'm also wondering if MJF will leave to WWE. And if he does, will they use him like they're doing with Cody? Probably. Try to maximize, because they already know he's the best shit talker out of anyone in wrestling. And then he can actually wrestle as well. And then it just depends on who you're having him feud with. It's like MJF and Seth Rollins. Could you imagine? Wow. I mean, MJF and Randy Orton, if he could come back, wow. MJF and AJ Styles, it could be interesting, and it's not like MJF is a high flyer or anything of that nature, It's going to be very interesting. We're doing Heritage Cup. Oh, so they went this route, huh? So they think that this might be possibly the worst match, unless they're doing a different level. Because again, a lot of times last match is best, first match is second best. But WWE has been also doing within the last year where they do the shittiest matches first, the first couple, and then it gets better as the pay-per-view goes along. Shitty, good, great, oh my God, But then tonight they started off with a banger with a 10. So Dragon Lee, let's go. Yes. Yeah, Rick Steiner. Yep. And then what was really underwhelming, that NXT had it going for them? What was the black and the green tag team? Was it MSK? Was that those three letters, right? And they had kind of a DX vibe, and they were high flying. And then the one guy like, punched his girlfriend who also was like a wrestler or ex-wrestler. And then he got fired, and then they had to, break everything up. Obviously, as we know how things have ended up with the breakup. But I thought that particular tag team had a lot of potential. You know what I mean? That could have been something that definitely would have worked on the main roster on like SmackDown or Monday Night Raw. But sometimes when one door closes, the other guy is there and another door opens. And, sometimes you end up getting lucky and you break out even further than what you would have with the tag team. Or sometimes you get buried into oblivion and you never recover in your career, or they try to find a spot for you. So I don't know if you, Wesley, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. But what could have been with I think MSK had potential with the colors and that DX vibe that they could have ended up being kind of like as an impactful tag team as like a New Day. It was like different to me. I just felt like, a high flying tag team or like a Young Bucks, on the WWE side, like someone that I would go out of my way to watch matches for no matter who they wrestled. And that's when I know that they're, some of the best. And obviously when one door closes and, another door opens, but that tag team could have been like one of the, like up there. I could have only imagined what could have been. But again, as one door closes, look what he's able to do, at least being a champion on some regard, right? But I think they had something special. They're just like Undisputed Era. Should have never been broken up. Undisputed Era was great. That was a really good tag team, obviously tag team and kind of, group faction. Heritage Cup. Noam Da. Yes, I agree. Let's go. Well, anyone that's Lucha Libre style, that's my preference. I mean, I'm Japanese and whatnot, and obviously half that and, half whatever you want to throw at a European map, I'm there too, with like being Czech. But I love strong style wrestling with like Shinsuke Nakamura and Asuka. That's some of my favorite of all time. And I like high flying craziness like RVD and Sabu. But I really love Lucha Libre type of style wrestling. I love the cruiserweight division in WCW, like more than anything back in the day with like Juvi Juice, Juventud Guerrera, La Parca, Psychosis, and just like some of the matches, like they wouldn't get a whole lot of love. They would just have a little bit of time. Alex Wright and a few of these other kind of mid-card to low-card guys they would sprinkle in with some of the Lucha Libre matches and whatnot. But, man, I miss it. And I really do enjoy it. And anytime I can see a fast-paced match or kind of a Lucha Libre style, it's awesome. Lucha Bros, love them. Obviously on AEW, they're fantastic. Anything Lucha Bros and Young Bucks, if you've never seen them wrestle, you should. Because it's fucking incredible. Because the Young Bucks wrestle like Lucha Libre style. So they're doing it by round, huh? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Yeah, but wasn't there like physical abuse or something on that end where she accused him of like punching or pushing or getting bruised up or hit or slapped? Something happened. There was some kind of like, physical, mental, verbal, physical abuse, something that was like not good. And then, obviously if that ended up happening, then, yeah. Now, on the flip side, if she accused him and it was fake and then he got fired, then, people have to be punished for lying. We have to, like I said, that has to be something too, and then obviously careers could be ruined, you know what I mean? But a lot of times, when the accusations come out, I mean, it's true most of the time. I mean, it just fucking is. So if you got someone that did something fucked up, right, you can't keep that person on the fucking company, It's like no matter how good of a wrestler you are, you do something fucking, fucked up like that, that's you're donezo. All right, here we go. Oh, nice drop kick. What's up with the rules? They're doing it like a boxing style, UFC style. Yeah. But a lot of times, the accusation enough with the bad press, sometimes they just, it's like, remember Enzo, Big Cass? I love them. If you want to talk about guys that are over, go back and watch the promos and watch them. You remember if you were a fan, but you don't remember how loud the pops were and how loud the crowd was. It's like, Bryan Danielson, Daniel Bryan with the yes, 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 no, 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 Team Hell No with Kane, how over that shit was. But I'm telling you, the Enzo Big Cass, and when Enzo spoke, everyone listened. Everyone chanted along. You got to be pretty special to be able to get that kind of over, especially when you're too small and you can't wrestle. Because obviously we know Enzo really couldn't wrestle. And then Big Cass was, the big dude. And it worked because one guy was the mouthpiece and the other guy was the wrestler. But then Enzo had something like that, and they just said, we gotta let you go. And then obviously Cass a little bit after that as well. And then now he's in AEW. Oh, nice drop kick. Dragon Lee 2. And then with this whole clock thing, it's like you're almost forced to have the match style be fast. Oh. There was times where Enzo looked okay, but overall, not really a wrestler, just kind of more of like a manager, mouthpiece, but then, had to get in there and do some moves and whatnot. He had some skill set. He wasn't absolutely terrible, but obviously there was things. He wasn't Ronda Rousey if we're going that route, not like that at all. But God, just him being him, and not, trying to be someone that's, not like that. Like if that's how you are, and that's your personality with the Jordans and the swagger and, a little extra, man, I miss those days. It's like, it's not often where you can get special things like that. Wish that they were still around. Definitely would bring a whole nother, level of energy to the crowd. Maybe it's just me just being an energy guy. I just like passion and energy in sports and wrestling. So wherever I can get that extra boost of adrenaline, with whatever I'm watching, or the crowd chanting in unison or singing together. I don't know. I love that shit, man. Like, I wish we would get that more, but we don't really get it often. So when we do, it really is special. But it also lets us know which crowds are good in America, if any. And obviously with international crowds, which ones are the best. 2. But remember when she first came in, it was interesting because we were all wondering, okay, what is she going to look like? We obviously know, being MMA and stuff. So like in the very beginning run of it, they, did, things the right way, but obviously you can't. Oh shit. Hurricane Rana to the outside by Dragon Lee. Get the fuck out of here. Let's go. Oh, nice suicide dive. High risk. Now I get like 2 Lucha Libre style matches in the first 2 matches. Get out of here. They're really NXT is really trying to win me over. They're like, you don't watch the regular program. I mean, I have it recorded on the DVR, but I'll be honest, there'd be a lot of times where I would watch, or I would watch and fast forward. I would watch and then just, just kind of go through the commercials and everything. And then some where I just wouldn't watch it all. It's like the only program that I would possibly skip. And I hope that it's getting better, but some of the storylines and the wrestlers I just couldn't invest in. And I just couldn't get, I couldn't buy in to watching it every week, but maybe I'll give it another try. Obviously, I already know pay-per-views are going to be better than the actual NXT show, but as long as the quality of wrestling is good, I could care less if it's a Dragon Lee or a fucking jobber Mike Smith. If Mike Smith knows how to wrestle, like. Woo, baby. Hurricane Rana to the outside. Love it. Boom. Cheap shot dog. Yeah. Yeah, did you order it? Are you watching it, or are you just looking on like Twitter and you're getting the results? Yeah, give me the results as they come in. $1. Let's get to a hundo. Let's do it. Yeah, keep me posted on whatever happens if you see it, even if you're not watching. Yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, I want to know what happens. I mean, I can just be on my phone, but I don't really want to be on my phone while I'm talking with you guys and when I'm watching. I want to be able to spend time with you guys and actually watch the event. Yeah, and that's another reason why I like AEW, because they have guys that can be like, anybody can be popular over there. Doesn't matter if you're mid card or low card. Like, the fans cheer for you in AEW. Like, you think guys like Darby Allin and Jungle Boy and Freshly Squeezed Orange Cassidy would be anything in WWE? No, they would bury them and they would make them look like idiots, and they would be like just jobbers, and they wouldn't be cheered for, I don't think, either, based off the WWE universe. I just, compared to who's there now, with all these other stars that they're familiar with. So that's why another reason why I kind of appreciate AEW, because regardless of the skill set or the size, if you're a heavyweight or if you're, a little guy, like that would be like a cruiserweight style. Like you can make yourself into something over there, and it doesn't matter size, height, where you're from. You could be a little guy and you could still, be over with the fans. Because I think AEW fans appreciate everyone, where WWE fans appreciate only their favorites. I think that's kind of the difference. And I felt the ECW crowd was like that too. You could, be a Rhino. It's not RVD, but you can still appreciate, what you're getting. It doesn't matter if they don't have the, ideal wrestling body, or they don't do your favorite moves. I think it's just like the perception of the fans. Like, they just appreciate great wrestling. But also, too, you got to think there's some people that only watch WWE and some people that only watch AEW, or they just watch one and they just don't watch anything else. So you can't really have a good opinion of what like great wrestling is if you only watch, like, let's say, for example, WWE, and that's the only thing you watch. Like, that means you're only watching like a quarter of what's really out there. Oh shit! Oh my God! He almost landed on his neck. Oh my God! I don't know if that was supposed to be Hurricane Rana again or something like that, but I'm not sure if that was a botched move. Holy shit. But that he was like that close from some neck issues. That was scary there. Whoa. Watch this again. Is this a botch? Oh fuck! And if you're just going down with like powerbomb style, and if that was the planned move, he should have not been at that angle. You need to be a little bit more flatter on your back, but I guess it depends on how much speed you have when you're going down. But sometimes you start going down on your back and you go up, and then you hit your neck. Or God, that's whew, man. Adam Cole Bay and Jericho. Okay. How did you order it, or are you just getting the information? I was like, how is the crowd? Is the crowd energetic? I assume they would be. I mean, it's a pay-per-view. Every AEW crowd's pretty lit. Oh, what a suplex. Oh. It's 1-1 here, round 5. Oh, shit. Good delivery. 1, 2, 2. Oh, nothing like a garbage can to the back. Oh. Wow. We lie, we cheat, we steal. That was a pretty entertaining match. I mean, obviously, fans are going boo, 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 cheating, but obviously, you got to have heels, there's faces and there's heels. That was actually a pretty good match. I would say that one was an 8, a good 8, 8.5. I was entertained. I mean, at some point in the match, it was like a 9. But I think a good 8, 8.5. It wasn't a shitty match in my eyes. I enjoyed it. Not as good as the first match, though. Yeah, I like Dragon Lee a lot. I enjoy that style, and I like his moveset. He's fun to watch. He's exciting. It's just I don't know if a guy like Dragon Lee, it's sometimes the guys like that can't even get over with the WWE universe. It's like they only have they're like, oh, Roman Reigns, or and then they just stick to just one or two, or you know what I mean? Like I feel like some of these guys that should be cheered a little bit more or have a little bit more crowd reaction. They're really talented, but only the hardcore diehards show that love, which is a little unfortunate, but I guess that makes the diehards, we understand things a little bit deeper than maybe the average fan, right? Well, so far so good, man. A 10 right out of the gates, and then a solid 8, 8.5 with the second match. And then what's next? This would be the next match, possibly. Braves 7, Phillies 2, middle of the 5th. Some crazy games today, huh? Mariners 6, Pirates 3, final in 10. Let's go. And then Rays beat the Dodgers 11-10 on Peacock at like 8 in the morning. Me and Sarah were talking about it. Like, oh my God, why is this game getting so many fucking runs? I didn't get a chance to watch it, but I wish I could have. Yankees 10, Padres 7. Tears and pain for Elliott. Can't beat the Yankees. Orioles 3, Rangers 2, which is a very underrated matchup. 2 really great teams this year. Orioles beating the Rangers. Keep that in mind. Don't forget about that. Tigers 6, White Sox 5. Guardians 4, Cardinals 3. Pain for Sarah, losing to the Guardians. Guardians are typically a playoff team. Not as good this year, but still, a team that can play some pretty good baseball. Brewers 7, Giants 5. Blue Jays 3, Twins 0. Royals 3, Nats 2. How the hell did the Royals get a win? Reds 8, Cubs 5, Rockies 11, Mets 10. 2 games at 11-10. That's a little odd. Astros 10, Athletics 1. Marlins 2, Angels 0. And then Diamondbacks beat the Red Sox 4-2. They're a sleeper. Really wish NASCAR was a go, but man, at least this event is entertaining the hell out of me. It'll give us a chance to kind of hang out and people can come through if, not everyone's camping, not everyone's out of town. A lot of people are just kind of taking it easy and chilling. Maybe stop by friends or something, but I mean, there's just so much sports and wrestling, going on. It's like, I'm always going to grind. There's always another event to do. So. I mean, this should be somewhat interesting. Saves you more than 30% versus big cable. Setup only takes minutes. And seamless collaboration across your people and devices is as easy as it gets. Add mobile for even greater value and get the most out of America's largest 5G network. Switch to the Better Choice bundle and save. But I love always being like unexpected. Like, don't really know what to expect. Looks kind of good, but you already kind of have an idea of where it's going to go, but so far so good. I mean, fantastic start. Weaponized steel cage match. NXT Live this Tuesday. Weaponized steel cage match. Shit, regular cage match is dope. Weaponized cage match? I don't even give a shit who's in it. I'm watching. What we got? Dijak? We got Dijak going? Was this next? Yeah, hopefully we get some people to come through and show some love. And then again, like tomorrow, I'm not sure if we'll do the NASCAR stream. I mean, I guess it just kind of depends on, what we got going on in the day, and you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't mind doing it. I mean, even though it would probably end up being like a 9-hour day, but it's like 9 hours straight is a long time to, go like 4 or 5 hours and then get right into another one for about 3-4 hours. So you think match of the night? Nice. I like that, man. If this is the match of the night, that would be fantastic. We've already started the pay-per-view with a bang. I mean, I always love Keith Lee and Dijakovic matches. Like I said, I was at front row NXT TakeOver Portland, and they put on a fucking show. I mean, the crowd participation, we were chanting and just, giving them the energy right from the very, very start, and it was incredible. NXT crowds are on another level too, especially NXT TakeOver crowds. And our crowd was really, really good. But, if you've ever seen NXT TakeOver Brooklyn, NXT TakeOver Toronto, back in the day, man, those crowds were even on another level, like ECW level or Canada level. Yeah, but we're going to end up doing the Stars and the Golden Knights Game 6 in Dallas. That starts at 5. And then I guess we'll have to decide. We'll talk in the morning and see if we want to do the NASCAR race. Now, if the NASCAR race was something that was like 2 hours or 3 hours, it wouldn't be that bad, but it's just like, it's like 4 to 5 hours typically. And then that would probably burn over into depending on the weather. I mean, maybe it's a lot of fucking laps when the Coca-Cola 600. So, and I'm not against doing it, but then I also don't know really what the turnout would be. At that time, still people are going to be doing things and whatnot. So it's like, would we be able to get people to show up? Would we be able to get to a good dono number? Maybe like, would we be able to get some subs, or is it just going to be on like that weird time where it would be kind of difficult to make it work? Because it's going to be on like at noon tomorrow. So, you know what I mean? Like if I know that I have a good chance to have people show up, get some possible subs, and we probably will be at a good number in donos. I mean, I'm willing to do any recording at any time, even if it's at like 7 a.m. for NASCAR on like a restart from the rain from the day before. But, sometimes you just don't really know until you actually do it, How many times have they feuded already? Like when Keith Lee and Dijakovic went at it, it was like a bunch. So it's like you knew that it would be good. It sounds like this is similar to that feud. Adam Cole, baby. Well, Jericho already had his title run, so at this point, it's just putting people over and feuding, right? Adam Cole, baby, was out for over a year and just trying to get his feet wet. Was at a point with Dr. Britt Baker where he thought with the concussions and everything and the injuries, he may not wrestle ever again. So I get it. He's super emotional about him and wrestling and whatnot. But even being for an undersized wrestler, Adam Cole Bebe is a guy that you could have a belt around. But I guess like what belt would you be able to give him though? But he could be AEW champion, Adam Cole Bebe. Jericho. All the guys that have already had the belt, and there's a few guys that haven't. It's like wouldn't be really surprising if they were the heavyweight champ. But AEW needs to have a belt that has importance, like the Intercontinental belt, like as the number 2 belt underneath, but has prestige. Walter, aka Gunther. Like we need to have something like that in AEW. And yes, I know there's these other belts that float around, that they have, but I don't want to have like a meaningful one. This looks like it could be good. I like this energy. Oh, really? Sometimes that'll be like that for wrestling shows, for WWE also. And a lot of times, like when there's like 3 levels, and sometimes the camera will never pan up a certain angle because there's only one level that has people in it, or maybe a little bit of the second level. But a lot of times in wrestling shows, it's not fully packed and sold out. Like, yeah, you will get places that'll be sold out, and the cameras are going to show that off. But a lot of times, it's not what it seems like. They turn the lights, very dark, and they just, so that way that you can't see all the empty seats. That's just, it's a kind of what they do. Oh, but even, if you have a building that's only a half full or a third full, if they're rowdy, then it's going to feel, much different rather than having, thousands of people in there just quiet or just barely chanting. It only takes a couple hundred people, you know what I mean? Wherever they're sitting to really kind of get the groove going and everything. And one person chants, like when I was at NXT Takeover Portland, there was, people like right there that would be like starting the chants, and it usually starts from the people that are pretty close, and then it just kind of spreads from there. So. Damn, these guys are wrestling pretty stiff out here. Strong. Oh, shit. What do we got going here? Oh, right to the face. Oh, there goes his nose. No, here we go. All right. How about your back? I need a backiotomy. Boom. Oh, that felt good. Let's go. So far, so good. First match of the night was a 10. Second match, 8, 8.5. Third match, looks like it's going to be a 8.5 or a better. Maybe at the very, very lowest an 8, but I doubt it. I think it's going to be better. Feels like it. Oh, tables, baby. Oh, my God. Oh, dude, look at his mouth. He's all bloody. Blood dog. That cut on his chin is not good. There's a lot of blood coming out. He's like, let me go through this table with my chin first. And then it's all the... Also getting kicked and landing on the chin and mouth there. Because, like, if you're going to blade yourself, you're not blading yourself in the fucking chin. Forehead. Oh, man. That'd be painful as hell, too. Bleeding out of your chin. Like if it was a thick, like, cut. I mean, at least it wouldn't be going down in your eyes if from the blood on your forehead. Like when we see people looking like a tomato cherry. Like a stone cold. Look at this. Right there. That didn't feel good. That was the beginning part of the blood. And then right here. Let me give myself a CTE. CTE dog. Matt in the building. What's good, bro? Oh. We're watching the NXT pay-per-view from the WWE pay-per-view that they had yesterday. And it actually has been pretty awesome so far. Dijakovic's D on his pants is a knockoff of Dame's logo. Oh, shit. Oh. Someone call 911. My God. Injured dog. Concussion dog. Doesn't know where he is, dog. Good to hear, bro. Dragunov. Oh, shit. Bro, he sold that so well. Neck broken. My God. You know, when you can sell moves, it just makes the match so much better. Wow. Incredible. Dijak and Dragunov. The main thing with wrestling too, it's like you just have to have enough, storyline and build up to care, with certain wrestlers, because there's certain guys that can do moves that others can't, you know what I mean? But that's what makes things good is like the build up, and then obviously if you start doing all these incredible things with the moves after the story is built, then you're even more invested. Yeah. Oh, he's trying to do a Van Terminator? He's trying to be RVD? What is he trying to do? He's trying to be RVD? Van Terminator! Oh! Van Terminator! Van Daminator! The best was RVD, though. He'd throw the chair, and you'd catch it, and he'd do that back kick into your face, and the chair would go flying 10 feet into the crowd. So good. And then obviously Van Terminator, usually there'd be a garbage can all the way over there. Oh, what a sell. Yeah, this match is awesome. 3 good matches in a row. What the hell is going on here? This is all right. Awesome. Okay, I see you. This is solid, man. Big chops. Oh. And Dijakovic is, for a big guy, he's super athletic. He's one of the more athletic big guys in wrestling overall, based off his size. There's a lot of guys that are around his height that are not his type of athleticism. Oh, shit. Right in the neck. Fuck. Oh, shit. Someone call 911. Wow. Wow. Look at these guys. These guys are beating on each other like fucking brothers do. I said, it's my turn to play the computer. Oh, my God. This is awesome. Damn right it is. So it's like we had a 10, an 8, 8.5, and then this one looks like it's going to be a 9 or a 9.5. Oh! And it's crazy, too, because he's so big. So the way he lands, when you have long legs like that, it's like when guys sell moves, it looks differently, and a lot of taller guys can't sell. So that's what makes it impressive when you get guys that are like 6'8" and above that can sell. It's special. It's easier for the smaller guys to sell because their bodies don't weigh as much. Oh, someone. Oh, my God. Choke slam from the apron to the ground. Dijak. Yeah. I mean, we almost started off the pay-per-view with, 2 9s and a 10? Shit. I mean, at this point, we're averaging 9.5 per match for the first 3. My God. Let's go. And we're not even on the fucking main event. Fire, man. Entertained. And that's what it is. Some people can't be entertained unless it's their favorites, Like a lot of people can't get invested, and if you can't get invested in the storyline, then obviously it has to be the move set and the chemistry that they have in the ring. Oh, shit. Oh! Motherfucker went all the way across the ring. he's like, let me just lay here for a minute. Yeah, RVD is probably the most athletic wrestler I've ever seen in my life. I mean, the things that he would do. Like if you go back and watch that ECW footage, not the WWF footage where they made him a PG version of who he was, but if you watch the 95 to like 99 ECW stuff, that is some of the best wrestling you'll ever see. Sabu in his prime, RVD. And RVD could have matches with big guys and it would still like be awesome. That's when a wrestler can, wrestle guys that are like his weight, his height, smaller. But when you get guys like Bam Bam Bigelow and RVD, or RVD and Rhino, and you're like, well, I don't know if this is going to really be that good. Like, RVD is great, but you're like, Rhino, and then you end up seeing the match and you're like, wow. And then RVD and Jerry Lynn, they had some amazing matches. He said, oh. He said, I'm really selling it. I'm fake crying, bro. You're making me cry, dog. I mean, it makes you look at wrestling on a whole nother level. Like when you've seen wrestling matches before, and then you see something like that. And sometimes it's hard to go back to watching like a regular match after seeing some crazy shit. And they would be like, RVD would be on the top rope and would do like, crazy flips like into the crowd, like 5 rows in. Like he would jump off the top. I mean, he had mad air. I mean, there's nobody that got higher on the 5-star frog splash either. Eddie Guerrero would do it, and there'd be a few people that would do the 5-star frog splash and stuff, but no one got higher than RVD. Booker T, it's torture. Let's go get a chair, brother. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. And like I said, just being able now to actually have something, instead of just being completely broke. So obviously, hopefully we can still get some dono support on the Cash App and on the Super Chat. So I appreciate that. $5 holla. And that always helps. Wow. Appreciate that. $5 holla. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $5 holla. Thank you so much. This is awesome. $6. Let's get to a hundo. 94 to go. Yeah, it reminds me of kind of like the old school hardcore matches that the WWF used to have. Or like a boiler room type of match, with like Mankind. You just know that it's going to get real physical out there. Oh. So was Dijak just knocked out? And it's over. That was a hell of a good match, too. So started off with a 10. Then we went to 8, 8.5. And then, depending on how you enjoyed that match, you could say anywhere between a 9 and a 10. So what a way to start off the pay-per-view with those first 3 matches, huh? I mean, as far as entertainment is concerned, you could have said we have 2 10s and an 8.5. When's the last time we've seen 2 10s and an 8.5 within the first 3 matches? Triple H didn't want to work on a Tuesday. Yeah. Well, obviously, it sounds like you follow NXT probably more than most people in the room right now. Like I said, I tried watching it, but for a while I just couldn't buy into some of the, matches and some of the stuff because it just seemed like I know NXT is developmental, but it even seemed at one point that some of the people that were on NXT TV, they shouldn't even be on TV yet. They were a little too raw. And I got to be able to, buy into the storylines and certain wrestlers. And I just felt myself like having a hard time to buy in to the NXT roster as a whole. Some easy to watch, like you give me Braun Breaker in any match, or a couple of these other guys, and I'm good. But is it like, can I watch a whole show without losing interest? Obviously we saw Dragon Lee today and what he was able to do, and obviously we know with Wesley, I like him, but there some of the storyline stuff on there and some of the gimmicky stuff was like, I don't know if I can get into this, but maybe I'll give it another try. Yeah, so far so good though. What do you want to see for photos while we wait to go on the next match? So the next match, I assume, will be this one. Is it going to be this one or this one? Like, will we go here, and then we go here, and then we go here to end it off? Or do we go this one next, and then we go here, and then we finish the pay-per-view off here? Is that the game plan? Because I don't think they're going to do the female match second to last. I assume that they would go this next and then have a men's match and then finish it off with the main event. Just based off past pay-per-view kind of format. But we'll see. You always can get surprised, Yeah. Especially if they've already had a feud and, they've already wrestled quite a few times and had some, epic matches. Then it's just that build up to, kind of being like their little mini Super Bowl between themselves, It was wild. I watched that last night. Obviously he was the one that inbounded. He was smart basketball IQ, went the baseline, followed the shot. He's lucky Tatum didn't knock him over when he was going for like the rebound dunk, off the miss. But I don't think Miami Heat deserved to win that game. And obviously, going up 3-0, no team's ever come back from 3-0. And they should have took care of business at home in that game. And they've been really flat in the last 3 games. And now it goes back to Boston, where all they got to do is just win one game at home in front of their fans, which is doable. So I think that this streak of 1 out of a billion teams has never won down 0-3. We might have that record broken, tomorrow. I wouldn't be shocked if Boston won at home in just a 1-game set. One of the biggest collapses possibly, the ultimate collapse in NBA history. But again, when you're Jimmy Butler and you're in a closeout game at home, it's must win, and you shoot 3 for 19, and then you start getting it going very, very late in the game. That's not good enough to be able to move on. If you want to be one of the greats, you have to have a fantastic game in the closeout game. And so we've seen Jimmy have, 30, 40, 50-point games, but sometimes in the big clutch moments, he doesn't show up. And it is still possible Miami just is baiting everyone, and then they finally end up winning on the road in dramatic fashion, and we could have a Miami Heat win also. So we'll have to wait and see.
Moving on. Being the MVP of Chase University and serving as substitute teaching, it has been consuming.
What do you guys think about this Chase University? You guys like this faction and like the antics that they do and the wrestlers that are in this group?
Thank you, Duke. Chase U students, normally when you come to this classroom, you learn what to do. Well, today, I'd like to focus on what not to do when you hear that bell ring.
And who better to use as an example than Chase U's very own Theo?
What?
As you can see, Thea's lack of grappling knowledge puts her at a severe disadvantage against every single opponent she steps in the ring with. This is not how to become a superstar.
Good news is not all Chase U students have to fail like Thea does. But with the right guidance, you too can learn how to crunch and crack your opponents in half.
Hey, what the hell are you doing? Trying to show your students what not to do in the ring.
Yeah, that's the lesson. But you just had a student leave the room crying.
There's no crying in WWE. That was a reality check.
Look, no one talks to Thea that way. Already my students. Chase you students. Look, do me a favor. Next week, have a better lesson plan prepared. Get out of here. Sorry, guys. Class dismissed. Someone go check on Thea.
Excuse me. No, congratulations, number 10. What is all of this? What are we witnessing right now?
This is history. We just defended the NXT Heritage Cup Championship on American soil for the first time. Oh, let's look at beautiful Ben Jackson is holding the cup. Watch the legend, my main man Mensa. I'll be saying those language to us, and I'm at the top. But now, we're at the top. Jack, please. Thanks, Lord. Thank you. Bye-bye. Champion. Champion.
Looking for a party? Yeah. Let's light this candle. Let's go. July 30th.
Thomas Jefferson, sucker. All right, what are we going to have for our next match? Where are we going? Are we going here?
NXT presents the Great American Bash Premium Live Event live Sunday, July 30th, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, streaming exclusively on Peacock. The Great American Bash 2016 World Heavyweight Champion. Oh my God!
Premium Live Event. It is the Great American Bash. Tickets go on sale 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central on Friday, June 9th. Ticketmaster.com or ticket QR code right now. Go take out your phone. Scan for early access available on June 7th. It's the summer tradition. It continues with NXT Great American Bash.
All right, here we go. All right, so give me the info. Give me the info on this match. Give me the info on both teams. What do I need to be looking for? What type of style? Give me everything you got, and this matchup. I mean, if I was watching NXT every fucking week, then I probably wouldn't have to say that. Sometimes when you got so many things that you're watching, some things get left out. There we go. There you go. There's a good sign. I farted. Can't have a better sign than that in the fifth row. FTR one. Yeah, they got good chemistry. I think by looking at the tag belts with the NXT going down like that, that's kind of ugly to me. If anything, you got to do it like going sideways instead of going down. Left to right would be better. But they just need to do like new belts overall and make them kind of like the heavyweight championship belt where it's like an X. You know what I mean? I think that would be better. That would look cleaner. I know they want to do, their brand with NXT, but you can just use the X as NXT for the belts. That's what I would do. And I think it looks cleaner that way, but when you use just X for the belt. Because if you can't really put an N, on the front of a belt and have it look good. But obviously with the N and the T, it is what it is. But with the X, that's what I would do. But some of the belts need a little bit of a revamp. Daniel in the building. What's good? The bruiserweight type. Okay, I love that. I like Pete Dunne.
This past Tuesday. Can't blame anybody for stuff. That's what I see. Let's not come into this match looking for an excuse, looking for a way out. The Creed brothers, they are truly a great tag team, one-time tag team champ. I thought they would be more tag team champions. What kind of tag team champ? Because they're good. They really are good. You bring up a great point. It was around this time a year ago that Julius and Bruce actually won the NXT tag team titles for the first time. So can they recreate that?
So what are we thinking on this type of match? Today, what are we going to get here? Like, what's the highest this match could be? Like an 8.5, and then the lowest it could be is like a 6. Or do we think that this has a potential to get into the 9 range? I mean, it's going to be tough to kind of compete with those other matches that we've already witnessed. Only natural to have a little bit of a letdown in at least 1 or 2 matches. Then obviously we know one female is super athletic, gives you kind of the Charlotte type of vibes off the top rope. But how will this match end up being as well? Will this one hit or will this one underwhelm a little bit? Also probably depends on the selling of the moves with some of these guys and the chemistry. 8.5 to 8, 8.5 to 9, somewhere in there. What's up with the Creed Bros? What wrestling gear? They need to upgrade. The wrestling gear is unique and different, to say the least. But they got to have something better than that, right? I like it on one hand because it's kind of unique and different. And then on the other hand, I don't know, something about that gear doesn't look right. It's like getting gear at like an off-brand store. The Marshalls of wrestling gear. The Creed Bros. It's like, fuck it. I didn't have time. I had to go to Marshall's. I mean, I'm not the only one that's thinking that. I don't know, man. It just looks off. And oh boy, right here is hella pale too. It looks like he's like wearing pajamas. Like he just crawled out of the bed. Needs a bowl of cereal. I'll hit up their manager. I was like, bro, you guys need a new look. You can't be winning belts looking like that. Yeah. Hey, what is it for? Like charity or something? Oh, I like this guy's look. And obviously, you could tell like one's a face group and one's a heel group.
It wasn't pretty or anything like that, but it was very, very effective.
I like, oh boy, he looks like a pirate. Nice shoulder block. 1, 2. So let me get him with the choke. Where were they at? Were they at like a particular like event together or something? Or yeah, went from the Texans to the Packers. The player that she's with. Wolfgang. Nice suplex. Oh, nice kip up. Oh, you get a suplex too. You get a suplex. You get a suplex. You get a kip up. How about you? Ah, another suplex. Let's go. Another kip up. Who is he? Kurt Angle? Oh, another suplex. Another kip up. Let's go. Here we go. Another suplex. Another kip up. Let's go. Yeah. There we go. I like shit like that. There we go. That was nice. You get a suplex. Another kip up. A lot of people can't kip up. So, wow, that was cool. Another suplex. Another kip up. Wow. I need a suplex kip up fucking counter meter. Oh! No way. Oh! 1, 2, 2. Well, Creed Bros look like they just got dressed by marshals, but fuck it. They're wrestling good. I see you. Marshall Bros. Nice. Standing shooting star. Woo! I love it. Well, it's nice to see WWE and NXT are improving on the pay-per-view level and on the the big scale. Oh, look at this. 1, 2. Oh, double team move. Bye, Felicia. Boom. Oh, Marshall Bros. JCPenney's, Sears, TJ Maxx, Dollar Tree, Marshalls. Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with Marshalls, let me tell you. I got one right down the road from my house. I don't usually buy anything there, but if I do go there, sometimes I get these insane deals on like socks where I'm like, fuck it, I'm just going to go in there, and then you can find like 6 pairs of socks for like something ridiculous, like $3. I'm like, okay, I need brand new cut off no-show socks, and if I can get like a 6 or 8 pack of Adidas that are like nice for like $3 or $4, yeah. Like, why would I go pay $20 at like the Fred Meyer at the mall when I can get it for like $3 or $4? That's one thing that they have there. That's money. So you can get like Under Armour or like Adidas socks for hella cheap. Or sometimes, you know, it may not be that much off, or you'll still get a good deal where it's normally like 20 and you get it for like 8 or 10. Still a great deal. Ooh. I was going to try to give him the people's elbow. Leprechaun dog. Bye. Face to the post. Oh, look at me. Look at me. Okay. That one was pretty good. I would probably say that was like an 8. You know, there were some good entertaining spots in that match. So, I mean, even at the lowest, you know, you're getting matches that are like 8s that are still like good. And then we had what, maybe a couple 10s and that one and this one, couple 8s. So fucking A, a couple 8s and a couple 10s, fuck out of here. So, I mean, if somehow, some way this could actually be an 8, and chances are this will be like a 9 or a 10. So, but it'll really come down to this. I mean, are you going to have that match that's a 5 to a 7, or are you going to be able to try to get a little bit more out of it? And it may not be a 9 or a 10, but if you can get it to an 8, that would be probably more than what people typically expect. And then this should be an 8 to a 10, preferably 9, 9.5, 10. So, but so far, so good. Yeah, that was nice. Trying to see if there's anything else going on sport-wise. I mean, what else is going on in the AEW? Looks like it's Braves 10, Phillies 4 in the bottom of the 7th. And I assume that this will be the next match. That's the, obviously, order that we have left. That, and then main event. So. It's like, do we have anything else going on right now? I think that might be it. That's like, and that will be over pretty soon.
She is the victim of the West Side Ripper. We make a podcast about this. We can bring him in on it.
Bring the killer in on what?
The podcast. We force them to do it. This could change our lives. No one ever broke betting on America's obsession with murder. We'll never hurt anyone ever again before we go to the cops. Let's do this together so hard. Look, he says actually, oh my God.
So what is your plan? You have tomorrow off, Sarah. What do we think about tomorrow? Should we just do the hockey matchup at 5? So that way we can have our afternoon, or should we try to attempt to do the NASCAR race and do the hockey matchup? I mean, I don't mind. I mean, because, I mean, there's a good chance that I'm probably going to be watching that NASCAR. I'm trying to think of like what else would be on, you know, at that time. But I mean, sometimes I like to have a little break in between streams so I don't get like kind of burnt out. You know, or just tired, you know, with your back and everything, sitting in a chair for 8 or 10 hours straight. But
there are many sides to it. Every one of them deserves the best. Introducing Max, the one to watch.
Could I get the 10-piece chicken McNuggets? Wait, no, Big Mac.
I'm looking at the schedule for tomorrow to see what we got going on. At least on the baseball schedule. Oh shit. Yankees and fucking Mariners. Jarman versus Bryce Miller. Fuck, at 6:40 though. Oh man, so that's an option also. But so we got NHL playoffs. I got the Mariner game with Bryce Miller. Well, we won't do the Mariner game, but obviously it's Yankees Mariners, so that's always big for me. Always a chance to lose and a chance to prove ourselves. And Bryce is our new thing. And then you got the Dodgers at 6:10 as well. We got NHL playoffs, NBA playoffs, also both on Monday. So yeah, we'll skip the Mariners, but I'll end up probably peeping in at some point of that game, you know, during the stream when we do the hockey playoff matchup. And we'll watch the NBA game in the background with the Celtics trying to win Game 7 at home. And then I guess NASCAR will be at noon, and I guess we'll go from there. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking. Yeah, but we'll see. You know, even I guess depending on if you're busy or if you got any other stuff going on. I'm you know, I did already put in a lot of work with the thumb and everything else, so I don't know. I may attempt to go live, and then we'll see how it goes. And then depending on the turnout, maybe just roll with it. And then if not, then I can always delete it or whatever, or just end it early. So but I do think it's going to be pretty good. It's Coca-Cola 600. So all right, we're here. 2 more matches to go. $6. Let's get to a hundo. 94 to go, and hopefully we get some goats to come through too.
Ready for a new battleground. 3 women have been marked on my route to the NXT.
So what are we thinking about this match? Finley and some of y'all that watch this on a regular basis, what are we thinking? Yeah, I don't know. Well, obviously, we're gonna grind it out pretty much every day, and anytime it is a holiday weekend, there's a chance that people are gone or busy, or people are doing stuff during the day. So this is going to be obviously it's got the potential to be the worst match of the night, but oh yeah, I mean, I know he could have, he could have spread it out, and did like 100 and whatnot, but obviously with the kind of the, time of, being precious with everything, now it's just getting to a point where, being able to actually have anything now, you know what I mean? Like having to work so hard to get to that point just to get shit paid off. And then now just being able to actually get to a point where you can actually have something in your pocket, or something in your account to like, buy anything, something to drink or eat or whatnot. So we're going to keep grinding it out. She's got all the feathers. The Mandy Rose clone, but that actually can do moves off the top rope like Charlotte. Could this be the new thing? Could it be Tiffany? There we go. Keep grinding. Yeah, I mean, like I said, if we didn't have him, I mean, obviously there's certain people that really hold the channel down. We have a lot of people that support heavy. Thank goodness. For me being able to keep the stream alive and keep it going, and obviously good for my mental health, and you just know that you're going to have some times that are going to be more challenging, but hopefully things are going in a kind of an upward trajectory. So Wardlow retains. I like the white strap on the belt. She kind of has a Charlotte type of build, like kind of like a Carmella Charlotte combo, based off her look and then like body shape, This should be interesting. I mean, anyone that can do stuff off the top rope, I mean, you're ultimately going to get a little bit more of my respect because I obviously know how high risk, how hard it is to do, and obviously do it clean. And some people are just a little bit more athletically gifted than others. Yeah. Well, obviously, and she also has the look. Tiffany has the Mandy Rose kind of look as well. So it's just, can you wrestle on top of that look? You have the look of like a model, but can you talk on the mic? Can you wrestle in the ring? I wonder if WWE will hire Mandy Rose back ever. I mean, I imagine they were doing really well with the ratings and selling the merch and everything. And I know, obviously getting money and doing like her little website thing that was kind of like OnlyFans type stuff. But I mean, doing like sexy photos or actually like doing wrestling and doing a passion. I mean, you're going to get money both ways. But I imagine if she could go back, maybe she would have been like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't do this anymore, or they're not going to fire me, because obviously if you love wrestling as much as a lot of these people do, you'd rather do that and be in front of like, all the people and being able to put on a show rather than take pictures and pay your rent. But I guess that's what you have to do now, until she finds her way wrestling with another company, if she ever does ever again.
If you look at Tiffany's trade, I mean, she checks off all the boxes. We talk about that air protection. She has no problem with that. Her in-ring prowess thing is definitely off the chart for someone who's been in less than 2 years. I don't know if it's time for Stratton to start showboating yet. And she's picking up the pace here without here. That bad wheel, Vic.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. Tiffany's only been really doing it for 2 years. I figured more than that. Sometimes it takes people a little bit longer and whatnot, but I could definitely see her on the main roster at some point. And a lot of people will probably see her just for like her face, and what she looks like and her body and whatnot. But obviously the wrestling skills, the footwork is pretty good. Obviously I've seen the high flying and the high risk off the top rope. So, and then we'll have to see what we get with Braun Breaker at whatever point they decide to use him. I would like to see Braun Breaker in kind of like a faction, but I don't really know what faction I could really see him in, or if he'd have to create one around him. But all the ladies.
She was going to pounce the outside and Stratton back into the matchup. Can you imagine though? Also, I do want to focus on Stratton. If she wins the demands she would make as champion. What do you expect? What do you think? She's trying to make before she put the champion, baby. You want yellow lockers. You want first class treatment. You want the limo service. And I'm talking about limo.
So what all happened with Indy Hartwell? Did she have to give up the title when she won it because she got injured? Because it seems like a lot of the champions, it just sucks when you end up having stuff like that happens. Like, when you end up getting the belt and then you have to give it up like right away or the same night that you get it, or or you win it and then you get the MRI and they're like, well, you're going to be out. But you got to do a tournament and then crown a new champ. Because when we had Mandy Rose leave and then Roxanne Perez got it. And then what? And then we had Indy have it, right? And then did Indy get hurt? Is that what happened? I haven't been watching. Got called up to Raw. Okay. I was going to say either got hurt or got called up. So, and I was trying to remember if she got hurt or not prior to this tournament. So, well, you just answered my question. Oh, she was hurt too. Okay. Because I could have swore that she had some kind of injury or something. But again, I haven't been watching on a weekly basis a full show all the way through typically with NXT. So, okay. So a little bit of both, it sounds like. And what's up with Roxanne Perez? What's up with her? Why did she end up dropping the belt? Did she drop the belt because she got injured as well? Because I remember when she got it from Mandy Rose, but then right after that, I kind of stopped watching. Two. She said, I'm trying to rip that ligament out. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Tiffany Stratton got potential, man. Because her wrestling like footwork and her moves even like supersedes her look. Like, you know, it's like people can look at her as her like a look, you know, but I'm pretty impressed. 2 years footwork looks like it's like 5 or 6, and the move set definitely looks like a much more progressed than 2 years. Impressive. And plus they probably have been in the, you know, they're looking for the next Mandy Rose, you know. Oh, okay. I saw the match where she fainted, but I didn't know if that was like a gimmick type thing. Like we've seen that happen in the past in another match. I think it was like a men's match. It was kind of like exactly the same type of thing that happened. They had like a side by side where it was almost identical, but I didn't know if that was like real or if that was like kind of gimmick, like playing off the other match. That same thing had happened. Two. But you know, it's good for me to be able to get a little NXT in. So, you know, I know at least what I've been missing. And then if the pay-per-view like tonight is good, then it gives me another reason to kind of get back and maybe start watching the show, you know, on the middle of the week on a regular basis again and not just skim through it. But on the flip side too, the pay-per-view usually is much better than the regular show. Yeah. Well, I think it didn't when she fainted and passed out. I think the match ended, and then you know, and then she collapsed after the match actually ended. I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. I can't remember exactly. I mean, it's been a minute since I watched it, but I'm pretty sure. I think the match ended, and they were gonna like you know raise the hand in victory for like the ref, and then. The WWE official. Tony Storm. Nice. I wonder what the vibe is right now for people. Like, how good the event is. Has it been a disappointment so far, or has it lived up? I mean, maybe some of the matches weren't as good, but if the crowd participation is good, it can take a match that was like a 7 and bring it up to 8, 8.5 if the crowd is really good. I mean, yeah, like I said, on the card, really the only ones that I wanted to see were Blackpool Combat Club and the Elite with Young Bucks and Kenny Omega, and then the Four Pillars, Jungle Boy, Darby Allin, Sammy Guevara, and MJF. I mean, those were really, I mean, I don't know, to pay $50 or something for just those 2 matches, even though I know those could be 2 10s and be really memorable, but that's asking a little much. I need to have like 4 out of 6 be good, or like get me excited to watch, or 5 out of 6 or 7 out of 8, you know. Like if it's only 2 out of 6 to 8 matches, then I'm probably not going to pay the money, which, you know, I mean, if you're rich, yeah, but if you're not. And again, I usually only do 2 pay-per-views a year on the AEW side. But I wouldn't be opposed to doing it, you know, every pay-per-view, like the 4 in the year, but I usually don't have money to spend on that at that time for all 4. Oh!
Right shoulder, just. I mean, you could have slid a piece of paper under her shoulder, just getting up for Stratton to continue in this matchup. Just when we thought Stratton was looking big, that crucifix bomb. Referee comes right over and just. I mean, that was close. That was close.
The pay-per-view is fine. The crowd is lacking. And where is the pay-per-view being? Where is the crowd? Where is the crowd for it? What city? I mean, American crowds usually are bootios, anyways. You know, I mean, if you can get enough people to have passion in the building, but 2. Las Vegas. Well, they're too drunk. Everyone's been partying. You know what I mean? They probably don't even know they're at a fucking wrestling match. They're like thinking it's like some kind of concert. This isn't Celine Dion. They're just fucking hammered. Or they're just fucking hungover from last night. 2. Oh, Jesus. That was a hell of a drop kick. 1, 2, 2. How much product Tiffany Stratton got in her hair? Her hair like has barely moved. she was in the dressing room for like 5 hours. She's like, I got to spray all this. Got to put the mousse in. I got to put the hairspray. Got to put the gel. She's like, oh, yeah, I got to look good. Makeup hasn't moved. Hair hasn't moved. Oh, baby. Nice athleticism. Ooh, caught. Oh, nice suplex there. She said, ah! She said, I'm Melina from Mortal Kombat. Yeah. Oh, I like that high risk. Oh, two. She said, I better scoot my butt over just a little bit more because my leg ain't long enough. The little subtle, let me scooch over a little bit. All right, good for them chanting the NXT for the females. Anything you can chant with the three and the NXT, EC dub, AE dub. Can't really chant WWE. WWE doesn't sound the same as NXT or AE dub. WCW. Oh, here, high risk. Oh, there we go. One, two, three. Bunny hop that. Bang! Clean. 1, 2. There we go. Yeet. The new Mandy Rose of NXT. Tiffany Stratton. She's more exciting of a wrestler than Mandy Rose, though. Mandy Rose's moveset was kind of limited. It was more based off her look, trying to be sexy, but I felt like her moveset was a little limited. Tiffany's got much wider range, especially when you can do stuff off the top rope and move around like Charlotte Flair and Bianca Belair, handstands and backflips and whatnot. I like that. We might have another champion on the upper roster at some point with her. I mean, you got Asuka right now and Ripley, and down the road maybe, and Charlotte and Bianca obviously are very similar to each other. I mean, this girl right here is the closest thing to the other two, and that right there really wasn't a Tiffany fuck up, because she thought that she was going to come, I think, all the way over, and she just fell backwards because obviously the leg was hurt. Good form right there, and perfect. 1, 2, 3. Nice job. I think we knew that was going to happen. Caster making fun of Buddy with Rhea and Domline. Nice. Well, fucking A. And that was pretty good. Like I said, I think that was closer to like 7.5 to an 8. They actually got closer to the 8 range than closer to the 5 range. It was, so overall, I mean, I don't really think that we've seen anything that I would consider in my book bad match. Everything has been at least good or above average. And if this is the lowest match of the night, I mean, what, 7.5? 7.5, 8, somewhere in that range. And then everything else has been an 8 or better. 8 here, right? 10 here, 10 here. And then maybe we could get another 9 or 10 here. I mean, when's the last time we've been able to watch any pay-per-view where you could debate that there was 3 10s on the card? Out of 6 matches, you had 3 10s. I don't even know if that's ever happened. Well, because it was only 1 minute long, And did they ever say that the Natty was an injury, or what the situation was, or was it just a squash match? I didn't look into that, but as far as a match, it wasn't even a match, because anything that's 1 minute long, you can't have enough moves in a minute to make it a good match. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I almost can't really, that was, it sucked because of the length, but I actually think that if they wrestled, that one could have turned into at least an 8, and at the worst, maybe 7, because Ripley's wrestling. And I don't think Natty sucks, but yeah, it was these last 2 pay-per-views, I'm pretty shocked. WWE has been doing a pretty good job. All right, I see you. A 10, an 8, 8.5, 8, 8.5, 7, 7.5, and then a possible 9, 9.5, or 10 here. Obviously, if this is main event, you would hope it would live up to this and this. So maybe low end 9, high end 10. That's my expectations for this match. I guess the absolute worst, eight and a half. But I mean, it's the main event. You don't want your last match of the night to be, just good. You want it to be at least a showstopper. So we'll see. Well, they were saying that Hayter was injured, so that there was a good chance that they were going to have her in a match, but not long. That way, she could just drop the belt and just not take a couple shots, but nothing too crazy because you are injured. So I had a feeling that she was dropping the belt to an injury. It sucks when you have to drop it that way. When it's not just like legit this person's storyline, they've been battling with you, and then they get the fair shot to beat you, and they beat you. Sometimes you just inherit the belt because someone gets injured. But overall, it sounds like it really wasn't worth. Even if you, like I said, you get a 10 out of the Young Bucks, the Elite. Kenny Omega, Young Bucks versus BCC, Blackpool Combat Club, and then the Four Pillars match. Even if those are both 11s, it ain't worth 50. But again, on the flip side, if I was rich, would I have ordered it and watched both of these at the same time? Yeah. I mean, I'm a big AEW guy. It's just normally 2 or 3 out of the 4 are worth it. Usually there's going to be one pay-per-view that, or 2 that the card is okay. It's not spectacular. Either they haven't built up the storyline enough or the matchups just don't intrigue us enough. Where it's like, okay, we've seen these matchups maybe like on Dynamite or Rampage, but what would make us like buy in to them fighting on the pay-per-view? Is it really worth our time? Are we buying in? And sometimes we don't get, bought into the rivalries, right? And that's why, writers are so important for wrestling, to be able to build that up. So. All right, here we go. Main event.
This is the him era. 18 months in the making was well worth the wait. Now there's no question on who the man is, because I am the NXT champion. And I am you.
Stand and Deliver was the culmination of my year-long reign as NXT champion.
There is Braun Breaker who passed the torch and Stand and Deliver.
At the end of the match, you presented me this championship, and man, I gotta say that was good for you to do that, man. On behalf of me and everybody here at NXT, thank you. That title holds great legacy. It's my honor right now, man, to congratulate you the most respectful way. Give it up for the new NXT champion, Carmelo Hayes. I finally realized that I don't need the approval of these scumbags anymore. You people are going to see a side of me that you have never seen before. Big match after big match, defending this brand, carrying the title, all for what? So I can pass the torch to a guy that I'm better than? No one can have the torch. Somebody burn this bitch down. Braun Breaker, everything between you and I was supposed to be about respect. That NXT Battleground, I want you, my neck of the woods. Let's talk about it. I don't like the idea of Carmelo Hayes having the NXT championship. I'll give you something. Come here. Tell him you're going to realize you're not him. You're nothing. Anyone can be you. Nobody can be me. See you at Battleground.
See you at Battleground.
Braun decided that he wanted to send me a little message. Well, guess what, Braun? Message received. In my house, in my backyard, to beat me? That's crazy. Braun Breaker was evidently walked into a hostile environment. Y'all earned a lot of respect and a lot of love in this area. They've been waiting for this homecoming. And I know Braun was to ruin that for me. I refuse to let him do that. You got
Let's go. Yeah. Well, I think as wrestling fans, the card wasn't good enough. I mean, no matter how much we love something, with certain of our favorites that are over there, I mean, it can't just be them that we're, there has to be more than just that for us to be excited about, right? I mean, 2 matches out of 6 or 7 ain't gonna fucking cut it for $50. He's Bane, but he's a werewolf. Oh, 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 oh. Thank you. I appreciate that. $4 holla. Every dollar counts. Yes, you will be. And I appreciate it. Because like I said, it's one thing to be able to have a feeling of being behind, but then just being able to live now moving forward. Thank you. Definitely can go to just, even something to drink, you know what I mean? To do the next stream. I mean, I don't really buy anything for myself. It's just pretty much to keep the wheels turning. Appreciate you. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $4 holla. Appreciate that. Every dollar counts. Thank you so much. And if there's anything that you want to see at any point, you let me know. I appreciate it. Yeah. Well, since Braun Breaker already had his run, does anyone really think that Carmelo Hayes is dropping the title? I mean, if you already had a title run, you know what I mean? Are we really believing that he's going to drop the title here? I mean, just based off, even if I haven't been watching the storyline from week to week, to month, it's like kind of normal for someone to have a run and then you get beat. But I mean, is there a likely chance that Braun Breaker does get it back and then, or are they just going to continue this run with Carmelo Hayes? Unless someone's injured or moving up to the main roster. I mean, Braun Breaker seems like the more normal, natural champion, for NXT. But again, if he moves up on the roster, then there's no point of him having the championship if he's already planning on moving up or they have plans for him, But I mean, if Braun Breaker is going to be there for a little bit longer, it's, he should be the one that has the belt. Oh, here we go, baby. I hope this ends up being a good match. Because I doubt Carmelo Hayes is going to get called up. At least not yet. You know, it's like you can still be champ, but that doesn't mean that you're going to be moved up right away. Sometimes it takes a minute. Move him after SummerSlam. Yeah. I figured that was going to happen. It's kind of a cool faction, too. It's a little dark. It doesn't get as much pub or love as Judgment Day, but it's kind of a unique one. Hayes coming out with a lot of fury. Because Carmelo Hayes is built like a European champion, IC champion size, and Braun is built more like heavyweight champion size, you know? It's like I'm looking at D'Lo Brown and Rick Steiner going at it. Except Carmelo's more athletic than D'Lo. All right, Carmelo, show him. Woo! Shit! Oh, he almost landed on his head. Oh, Breaker tried to help him right there, so he didn't land on his neck. Wow. That looked like a fuck up by Carmelo Hayes. Good thing Braun tried to catch him right there so he wouldn't land on his neck because it looked like he was about to. That's what I'm always worried about when these guys jump out of the ring. They get so confident all the time, and all it takes is just not getting enough lift and then falling at a weird angle and landing on your fucking neck, and then your career's over. And obviously Braun cares enough to try to not have him fucking kill himself out there. Because I think if he didn't try to grab him right there, that could have been something. Maybe not a serious injury, but it could have been something. Good for Braun. There's been a lot of wrestlers that have saved other wrestlers from serious injury, too. All right, NXT Championship, baby. So far, one of the better NXT pay-per-views that I've seen, and obviously it's not an NXT takeover, but the vibe has felt kind of like a takeover based off the matches, not the crowd necessarily, because obviously NXT takeover crowds are just on another fucking level. But overall, pretty fucking impressive weekend of WWE pay-per-views, obviously in Saudi Arabia and now here with Battleground. I mean, it's been a minute where I've been this impressed with WWE. You know, you're not going to have a perfect pay-per-view where everything is good typically, but, limiting, the kind of average to bad matches to maybe one if possible, and trying to make all the others, of course they don't go into the show thinking like, oh, we're going to have one bad match, but pretty good, man. House of Block. Whoa. Oh, one count. Too bad we couldn't have time travel where we could have Scott Steiner, Rick Steiner, and his son Braun Breaker all together in a faction back in the day. But that would have been insane. Those three, and it wouldn't even have to be necessarily the big Papa Pump Scott Steiner. It could have, back when he had dark hair and it was long before he gave himself the whole mustache and kind of the Hogan look with it dyed and whatnot. Yeah, Braun would have definitely fit in the NWO era. I wonder what they're going to do with Braun. You know what I mean? Like, are they going to have him go and to get an IC title, try to be like the Walter, aka Gunther, when he gets there, or are they going to, Like, what? How are they going to use him up there? Obviously, you can use the Scott Steiner, Rick Steiner lineage and whatnot, and he's got the size. You just got to keep improving the mic skills and being good in the ring. Braun. Boston sucks, he says. I'm glad that there was something entertaining to watch. Obviously, not everyone could afford to pay the $50 to see AEW. That was like the big thing besides this. So, because I was really thinking like, oh man, there's not going to be anything on tonight. Like, I still have other shows that I can catch up on. Well, you're doing a good job as a heel if they're chanting "You suck" to Braun Breaker. Yeah, obviously my love for Hogan, Nash, and Hall, obviously is why I'm more NWO than DX or anything else. Didn't watch enough of Bullet Club when Bullet Club was in their prime. Obviously grew up in the same time with the DX and NWO, but again, I was more ECW, WCW, and I think DX and NWO, obviously we know the impact of those. But I like more of the wrestlers on the NWO side than the DX side. Like, I never really was a Triple H guy, but I respected him. I never really was a Shawn Michaels guy, but respected him. More of a, more Rock, Stone Cold, or Bret Hart, right? And then Chyna, I had no problem with her. I thought she was awesome. And then X-Pac, I loved him. Six and X-Pac, he was in both. And then I think I probably liked Road Dogg and Badass Billy Gunn the most in DX. I think that was my favorite, for them to be the outsiders, obviously with NWO, with Scott Hall and Kevin Nash. But I think that Road Dogg and Road Dogg Jesse James and Badass Billy Gunn, the New Age Outlaws, that was my favorite. And I think that was a lot of people's favorite. They were great on the mic. They were great as a tag team. And that was probably the most successful thing out of that faction, honestly. Oh! Fucking Braun Breaker with a Hurricane Rana. Get the fuck out of here. 1, 2, 2. I can just imagine in my head with time travel, Rick and Scott Steiner are on the ground and they have a guy on their shoulders. And then you got obviously Braun Breaker on the top rope. A little Frankenstein, a little Legion of Doom, Road Warriors, a little clothesline off the top or some move off the top. That's crazy that Braun Breaker can even do Hurricane Ranas like that, because he doesn't look like he has that in him. He's just more of a muscly guy. Kind of built like a Wardlow. But again, sometimes you can get guys that are big that, that can do crazy things. Like, look at the Eliminators and some of the guys from back in the day that, Total Elimination. Man, I can go back and watch a lot of old school wrestling. No, you're not him. Yeah. She's got some potential too. The pay-per-view is based off the card. I mean, that's what it was kind of lined up to be. You know what I mean? Again, I think that if they would have, 4 pillars I get, but I think if they should have just did, if you were going to choose one of those guys to do the match with, even though Sammy and MJF would probably put on one of the better matches because of the high flying, but same thing with Darby, but Darby and MJF, that should have been just maybe like a one-on-one thing. Or Sammy Guevara and Darby and MJF. No dissing Jungle Boy. I love Jungle Boy, but I think there's maybe a different time and a different place. But I am kind of happy that they're all getting a chance to kind of be in the spotlight with MJF. Because I mean, all those other guys do deserve it. All those other three are underappreciated. Also, like Orange Cassidy, when you're kind of just a smaller guy. But sometimes being a smaller guy and having a gimmick, it can work, So Whitey just said that the people that bought it, like his friend, saying it wasn't worth it. But I mean, if you looked at the card, you kind of felt that way. So, I mean, you knew that you were going to get probably 2 10s out of those 2 matches: Blackpool Combat Club, Kenny Omega, Young Bucks, and then the 4 Pillars. But other than that, was any other match? Even me, I'm like diehard AEW, and I was like, I wasn't really interested in any other match besides those 2. And if I'm hardcore diehard AEW, that's a problem. But sometimes when you're, die hard and you have money, then you're still going to spend it because you just want to be able to see it and not read about it. Oh, Carmelo. And then for Carmelo Hayes, where do we see him on the main roster? I mean, just besides mid card, do we really see him doing anything? You know what I mean? Like what's the peak for Carmelo Hayes? IC title or being in a tag? Like, I don't know. I mean, there's just so many wrestlers, and I know there's like different belts and whatnot, and it's like, I think both of them are hella entertaining. But as we know, we've seen a lot of NXT guys get fucking buried. Remember Robert Roode? Remember how big Roode was? At one point, like, Shinsuke Nakamura, how big he was. Yeah, NXT at the high point. I mean, there's been a lot of guys that had so much potential to be something, but there's just so many guys on the roster, and some guys get hurt, and some guys have a shitty storyline. Sometimes they give up on you, or you have a run and then you just get buried in a mediocrity like Dolph Ziggler and Sheamus, where you've been just with the company for so fucking long, but you're hella underappreciated. And they probably should have both have had some kind of a little love or run at some point. But look at Seth Rollins, like 4 or 5 years from having like a heavyweight belt. That's ridiculous. You're a top 2 guy in the company, and it's been 4 or 5 years since you had a heavyweight belt. It's ridiculous, man. It just shows you, man. Sometimes people, they like, know how to book, and other times it's personal preference, Oh. Carmelo Hayes to the top row. Oh, big spear. 1, 2. Oh, 2. So I'm thinking probably what I'll end up doing, Sarah, is that I'm going to be up at probably like 6 a.m. and I'm just going to be thinking about the fucking NASCAR race for like 6 hours. I already spent all the time with the photos and the thumbnail. So even if you can't make it at all or only a little bit, I think I'm going to attempt to see what it looks like and see if, Mike or other people show up and see where we're at, with views and donos and possible subs and just the views overall. And then if it ends up not being where it is, then I can just end it at that point. But if it ends up going, then, maybe I'll just try it and just kind of see. And then we're definitely doing the hockey matchup at 5. So. I mean, I do like the history, of the Coca-Cola 600, Mariners aren't on until like 6:40, the basketball game with the Celtics, and the Heat is on like at 5:30. So it's like a good chunk of sports and everything will be on late. So he retains. I mean, because really in the morning, all I'm going to be doing is either watching baseball or watching NASCAR. I mean, that's pretty much what I'm going to be doing. So See, but like sometimes you just know, like, okay, if a guy's champ, you know what I mean? And then he drops the belt after having it for a long time, and then new guy has it like Carmelo Hayes. Like, what would be the chances of him dropping it back to the Braun Breaker? You know, not likely. At least that's the kind of the psychology in wrestling that I kind of felt, and it looks like I was right. But obviously, I have plans on moving Breaker up, like Sarah said, maybe SummerSlam or after SummerSlam or sometime in the near future. It's inevitable. He's going to be on Raw or SmackDown. Shout out to Carmelo. So what would we rate that particular match? What's good, my guy? I'm doing good. I was really in a pinch there, for a minute, and I still, kind of am. But I at least got super help from you and a few others, and Cyberpunk came through big and helped me out. He had a nice big $300 donos to make sure that, I can get everything kind of paid and kind of settled. And so that way I got to make sure you have rent and the bills and everything. Just sucks when you get so many things hit at once. And like I said, I had my probably lowest month of the year last month, and that's why I've been kind of in this push. And things have been getting better with the donos through the Super Chat and the Cash App, but I just got to a point where, for about a week and a half, almost everything was on the Super Chat side. So I was grinding every day to try to be able to get like rent and, money kind of situated. But, when you get it on the Super, you don't get it till the following month. So it's like, awesome. That'll help for rent next month. But for the need of me needing like money now to get it taken care of for rent now, that was kind of the concern. So, but he came through, and now I'm just trying to, grind it out and hang out with y'all and, just go over some of the events and then just trying to stay above water right now. So that way I can at least afford to eat something. But I hope that you've been doing good, man. Big win. Big win. I mean, we'll see if you guys can get it done in Game 7, but it could be one of the biggest collapses in sport history with Miami going up 3-0 and then losing 4 games in a row. I mean, it really feels like if it was ever going to happen, this would be the time, because you actually have a team that we thought one of two teams, Bucks or Celtics, were going to go all the way. And then we didn't think Missoula was going to be such a shitty coach. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that the Celtics necessarily have a very good shot against Denver, but it could go 6 or 7 games. I think my first prediction would be probably Denver in 6. My second prediction would probably be Denver in 7. And then my third prediction would be probably Boston in 7. And then my fourth prediction, Boston in 6. But I just don't think that, I don't know. You guys don't really have anyone. Even Horford and Robert Williams can't guard the Joker. But again, you do have a good collective team. It's just that, Missoula is kind of sus a little bit. So, but yeah, I definitely think you guys can win tomorrow. But remember, you guys could come out a little soft, and the Miami Heat could actually do the unthinkable also and beat you at home. Both teams are capable of beating each other on the road. So, but obviously that Boston crowd is top 2 with the Warriors. When they need a bucket and they need emotional support, I think that the Celtic fans and the Warrior fans are the loudest from the first quarter to the fourth quarter, especially in big games. So, nice. Nice. I like that. She's got some potential. Heck yeah. But what's good, man? We just got done with the NXT pay-per-view, so I'm going to go off of Peacock now and then just go to, I guess, like regular TV or whatever. So I wasn't going to stay on too much longer, but since a couple of y'all hopped in, I'll probably stay here for another like 15 minutes to 30 minutes, unless we get more people coming in or we get a little dono train going and whatnot. But yeah, I was originally going to do the NASCAR race for the Coca-Cola 600, and it was supposed to start at 3, then 3:30, then 4, and then they pretty much said, well, we're going to cancel it until tomorrow at noon. So I can watch a Mariner replay. It's top of the third, Mariners 1, Pirates 0. So at least I can watch that. Yeah, and that's what and I totally forgot that this WWE Battleground was even going. Air Whitey actually brought it up to me as like a backup plan and whatnot. But I'll show you. I took some time. I already showed it with Sarah, but this is my thumb. So I mean, I wanted to make sure I made it special. I haven't used Byron at all for a thumb ever. So I was like, this would be a cool time to be able to kind of show you what I can do on the NASCAR side, give you, the image of the driver and some cars and make it look, pretty slick. And obviously it doesn't have this. This is just mine that I added there in the corner. But yeah, and I took a lot of time with the prep and trying to come up with something. So I was really looking forward to this. Obviously anyone that has, people and family, through the military, it's kind of a big thing. Most people have at least someone they know in their family, dad, brother, sister, cousin, at least one person in the military. My dad was in the Air Force. I wasn't personally in the military, but I always enjoy things on Memorial Day and 4th of July and kind of, paying homage and whatnot. And it's too bad that we had rain like we did last year, because I remember we did last year's race, and I think I did like 7 hours over like few delays. Like we started and then delayed, and then it started up and delayed, and then there was another delay, and I think we actually did Battleground from last year while it was starting to come back up because it just took too fucking long, and ended up trying to watch multiple things and whatnot. But Mariners won today, Coca-Cola tomorrow. This Battleground was actually pretty good. Saudi Arabia pay-per-view was pretty good. Celtics with that unbelievable comeback, and then tomorrow I might do the NASCAR race at noon, and then obviously the Stars and the Golden Knights Game 6 in Dallas. I'll do that, and then we'll also watch the Celtics and the Heat as well, and then the Mariners will also be on against the Yankees in an opening set. So I mean, there'll be a lot of stuff going on tomorrow and whatnot. So yeah, you should have came through. Did you know I was doing the NXT event? I don't know if you were busy or not, but you should have watched it with us. Yeah, and I understand. I mean, if I didn't end up, if I had the extra money, which I don't, you know what I mean? I've been on a fucking a burner here a little bit, just trying to stay afloat. But $20. Well, that's better. Raining all weekend. Oh, crazy. But anything that you guys want to see, like photo-wise, or anything that you guys want to discuss, I mean, feel free. I was just going to hang on and spend a few more minutes with y'all. So, Shep and Brian, if you got anything that you want to see photo-wise, if you want me to start going into food or any type of thing that you guys want, you just let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to chill here and watch a little bit of this Mariner replay for the next at least minimum 13 minutes. So at least I'll go 3 hours. But Mayans MC last season, if you're looking for another show to watch, it's kind of like Sons of Anarchy, is like with the Caucasian white biker guys. Fantastic show. Mayans MC is obviously for like the Latinos. It's incredible. There's so much action. It almost feels like it should be on like HBO or Showtime because of the way that it's shot and how graphic it is and how good it is. But for a show to be on FX that should be on fucking paid cable, it's incredible. If you've never watched it, I highly recommend it. I definitely would watch it. $10. Let's get to a hundo. What should we do in the time being here? And obviously the pay-per-view, I was pretty impressed. They started off with a match that was a 10, and so that was kind of surprising. Then they went to the second match that ended up being a 8.5. And then we ended up going into the third match that ended up being a 10. And then the fourth match, I believe, was here about 8.5. And then we got to the fifth match. And then this one ended up being kind of like a 7.5. And then the last match, probably somewhere between 8 and a 9. I don't think it was on the 10 level or anything like that, but somewhere, 8.5 to 9, somewhere in there. So overall, pretty fucking good. Pretty fucking good overall pay-per-view. Oh, okay. You're having the drinks. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like I said, because I was going to do the Coca-Cola 600, but it got canceled. And so when I made that decision like around, I think 3:30 that, okay, we're going to do the Battleground and whatnot. So. AEW not having the world title being the last match. Yeah. Well, it's either going to, be Kenny Omega, and the Elite, the Young Bucks versus the Blackpool Combat Club. and then obviously the 4 Pillars match. I mean, those were the only matches that were worth a damn. And I'm a big AEW guy, so I mean, I got to keep it real. That's like I can't just be like one of those like fanboys that's like AEW is the best and WWE's trash, even though we know it's not, you know, and that gets annoying. You get a lot of those people that are just heavy WWE or a heavy AEW, and they can never give credit to the other one. You know, like some shows are going to be good. Some are going to be shitty. Sometimes NXT is garbage. Sometimes Rampage is garbage. Sometimes Raw and SmackDown is garbage. Sometimes fucking Dynamite is garbage. I mean, we all know that, you know? It's, you know, we don't want it to admit it sometimes, but I mean, there's a lot of times when if you're a hardcore wrestling fan and you're watching these things, I mean, I'm fast forwarding sometimes. I mean, I can't sit there and watch some of the garbage stuff, you know? But maybe we should go into a little bit of food or something. It's always good to end the stream with food. Got to get back to that routine.
Decking products on sale now through May 31st at Dunn Lumber.
So we'll go to the 3-hour mark. We'll kind of see where we're at, and we'll either end the stream a little bit after that, or we'll go to the 3-hour and 15 or 30 mark, and then kind of go there. But I'll just let you guys decide what we do, you know, where we go, and we'll go from there.
Sunset includes warranty protection for life and oil changes for life with every qualifying Kia. You just get more at Sunset, and people do like that. All right, we want to see you in a Kia.
Ask Sherwin-Williams and save big during the Memorial Day sale. Get 30% off paints and stains with sale prices starting at $31.14. Hurry! It's only May 26th through June 5th. Shop online or at your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store.
Today's Northwest Chevy Silverado driving the game. 3 batters into the Mariners' first inning. Julio with this.
Julio Rodriguez. I heard that as well. Heck yeah, bro. I love the pulled pork. I'm going to give us some delicious goodness. And I find that when we end up looking at food stuff other than other things, time goes by so much quicker because we're just engaged and just looking at the different layers in the food. It's like I don't look at it just at like the top. I mean, I got to examine the photo, and it takes time with food. Sometimes you don't get to see all the little details with the marinade and the sauce, you know. Sometimes you start looking in the front, then you got to look in the back and see what you got going there. Okay. Little burnt ends. Ah. My buddy just got back from the beach And obviously, you know, the halibut and the cod and the fucking clam chowder and all the, man, I was like, wow. I was like, send me photos, bro, of like the beach and show me photos of the food. He always does. Right here, this is the crab cake, bro. The high-end crab cake from like the Maine, New England area. You know, the high-end stuff, like the Gordon Ramsay-ish, you know? Like, I love food so much that, you know, some people would travel across the country to go to like a sporting event or a wrestling event. I would literally go from the West Coast to the East Coast just to eat something like this. I know that sounds crazy and whatnot, but like fresh lobster and crab and halibut and cod and breaded and, you know, just, you know, we have it really good here on the West Coast, but obviously they got some really good stuff on the East Coast as well. I love me some seafood. A lot of people don't like it, but I'm all about that life. I mean, for the people that don't like it, hell, more for me. And then if you get a little snacky, you can do like the bite version, which are still going to be incredible. Or we can just get crazy and eat a 20-pound burger. Or we go from a burger to a churro waffle with all the fixins. Cheddar biscuits. Yeah. Just bouncing from one food to the next. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Cookies and cream. Dessert. Boy. John Candy's character. 96. That's nuts. That's insane. I've seen a lot of John Candy movies, but I haven't seen some in a minute, unless they're just on TV and I just start to watch. Cinnamon Toast Crunch Bacon Milkshake. Oh, man, that sounds great.
Situations go, let that ball get on and just a little longer, pick up that spin. See the change up in that weapon right on the left.
Crepes. Always a winner. It's like, yeah, you got pancakes. Yeah, you got French toast. Yeah, you got waffles. But if you have a place that has this, and they actually do breakfast well, you'd be surprised on how good it is. Especially if you get a place that makes it like just like really, really good. Hell yeah, man. That's why I feel like you and me and Chief Will Chief, we're very similar. You know what I mean? Obviously, our backgrounds are very different, but I feel there's a lot of similarities on what we like. That's for sure. I mean, sometimes seafood is my number one. I mean, even obviously me being Asian, I can eat Asian food all day. I love Mexican food. I love Italian food. I love American food. But something about seafood makes me like happier, I think, than any other food. Like I can eat the other things, but they don't make me as happy unless I'm having some insane street tacos or something. And then the Mexican food can make me happy. And obviously certain times the Asian food will make me happy as well. But I don't know, man. Something about, great seafood. It's like maybe because I don't have it as often, and then I just appreciate it a hell of a lot more. Yeah, we got some bomb like halibut and cod where they can do like the breading, and obviously there's different types of sauces that you can have, but sometimes when you end up having that fresh, like just caught that morning, right? And then they end up doing the breading. And I mean, you can definitely tell the difference when you get something that's caught like that day. Like it's kind of hard to describe unless you just had it before, but just the taste is on another level. And it's not like if something's caught and you have it like a week later, it's not going to be that much of a drop off, but there is definitely a difference.
Just 3 words tell you everything you need to know. They tell you why we employ more than 2,000 workers at our factory in Virginia Beach. And why
Oh,
7,000 local steel
General Tao wings. Hey-oh.
Not everyone can say that, but we can. Made in America. Real steel. Find yours.
I'm just going all over the place. We're not sticking to just one. Fucking pulled pork to burger to burnt ends to fucking crab cake to churro waffle to crepes to fish taco to goodness. I mean, I just love food. So, I mean, there's nothing that I'm like, nope, I won't eat it. Like someone calls me up and be like, you want to go get Indian food? And, I'm like, okay, you want to go get pad thai? Cool. Like there's nothing really that I'm like, nope, I won't do that. Like I'm always willing to try. And it's good to try at least something once or twice, so that way you can get an idea if it was just like one thing that was like bad on the menu or if there's something else. And sometimes if you are at least willing to do that, you might end up finding a new favorite that you never anticipated having. So. Let's go, baby. We're going to fucking Flavor Town. Stuffed strawberry cheesecake waffle. Oh, I bet. So they had strawberry cheesecake inside of the waffle? Like a drizzle, or the actual like physical cheesecake was inside the waffle? Sounds good. I think I just gained 5 pounds thinking about it. And sometimes it's good to be able to sprinkle in a little bit of veggies, with whatever you got going on. I mean, that's a hell of a lot of broccoli. I mean, it's all around it. I mean, no guarantee I eat every piece, but I'll get into it. But it's funny too, because with like celery and broccoli and Brussels sprout type stuff, I remember like how, just like most kids were like, unless you have someone that makes it a special way, or you have like, parents that are chefs. But a lot of times with veggies when you're a kid, right, or when you get a little bit older, it's not necessarily everyone's number one thing. But as you do get older, your palate and your taste changes a little bit. And I'll tell you what, with like Brussels sprouts and certain things, if you end up making it the right way, wow. I mean, it's incredible. Like you can have it as a side to like a steak or a meal, and it's fucking incredible, man. Like I'm really happy that I just, wasn't going to be like, wow, I'm never going to eat this again.
swings right before that in front. Some weak fly balls. Great song. That's when he's at his best. He's just getting that soft, off balance contact from whoever he's facing. Strike one to keep Ryan Hayes.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate you very, very much. $11.11. He likes Flavortown, and I appreciate you very, very much, man. Of course he is. Yeah, give me the updates while you're watching and everything. I would really like to know. I mean, I'm like the biggest AEW freak out there. It's just I didn't have the money to order. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate you very much, dude.
Oil changes aren't cheap, costing hundreds of dollars a year, but you'll get oil changes for life and all qualifying new and pre-owned vehicles at any Sunset Auto family dealership in Sumner or Auburn. Other dealerships may offer similar deals for 2 or 3 years, but Sunset's exclusive offer is yours for as long as you own your vehicle.
Yeah, no kidding, right? More sauce than you, you eat all the broccolis.
You just get more at Sunset.
But sometimes when the broccolis are done like the right way, oh man, it's a huge difference.
This is the part where all is lost.
Brian with $11.11 dono. Appreciate you, man. Very, very much. Every dollar counts. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Brian's like, I don't want you to eat air sandwiches or fingernails for dinner. $11. Thank you so much, bro. Let me know what you want to see. If there's anything food-wise that you want to see while we're just kind of, hanging out while you're finishing up the pay-per-view, let me know what you want to see. I got you, dude. Otherwise, I'm going to kind of just keep going down Flavortown. But if you have any requests, please do. I'm just kind of going through all my files and whatnot, and just whatever I see that I'm scrolling down. Yeah, if I think it's worthy of sharing, then I'm throwing it up. So
With money saved, we tried electric unicycles. Doggy paddle, only pay for what you need.
After every game,
got some good like gumbo stuff on here too. It looks insane.
news and post-game thoughts from manager Scott Service. Mariners post-game.
And I know some people don't like
The entertainment
crab or lobster, but I mean, if you've ever had it when and like at a location where they've done it like perfectly, it's kind of one of those things. It's an experience, But again, I guess if you live in the Midwest, you're probably not going to be able to have the same type of luck as us here on the West Coast or the East Coast, which is I understand. But if you ever get out here, it's special. Back, gone. Cal Raleigh with a dinger. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, I mean, like I said, as long as we got people hanging out, and if we can, gain a couple views, if people want to help support, and we can just, hang out while we're watching whatever. I mean, I don't have anything I got to do tomorrow. I mean, we're going to stream tomorrow. But yes, I mean, it's all about good vibes. I mean, like I said, and I was hoping that we'd get a few people maybe showing up late after the event ended, and we ended up getting Brian and Shep. And so I'm obviously you get a little bit of a boost there, and I always like ending the streams now, obviously with food when we can. Before, it's like we would kind of do the event and then we just turn it off. You know what I mean? But it all depends on who's in the room. And if we have the right people in the room, yeah, and then we can kind of, extend the stream a little bit and enjoy some Flavortown. I mean, I got plenty of shows that I can watch, obviously non-sport related, that I can get caught up on. Ancient Aliens and just, River Monsters. I actually do want to watch River Monsters tonight, but I don't know if it's on. Let me look real quick. Like I really like River Monsters, even the old episodes, and I like Dirty Jobs because I like Mike Rowe, even if it's like old episodes. But they've even started doing some newer ones within the last couple years, which is cool. All right, I got to go to History Discovery and just kind of see what my. All right, so we got Naked and Afraid. Oh yeah, we got Wicked Tuna new episodes. Okay, so I got to watch Wicked Tuna. I love me some Wicked Tuna. So it looks like that news. Is this a new episode or do I have to wait till next hour? All right, this is the extra real mode. All right. And then the next episode is the new episode. And anything that's on the water, I love. Swamp People, Wicked Tuna. I mean, like I said, my first job was on the water doing like crawdads, crayfish with my dad and my dad's friend. So I am hooked on anything that's like fishing, hunting related on the water. I don't know how to describe it any other way, but if it has to do with fishing, high-end fishing, where there's like opportunity to get, like a $10,000 fish, and I like the cast that's in the show. Now, am I going to watch like the outdoor channel and watch people fish? No. But if I watch one specific show, like a Wicked Tuna, I can do that. And that's what I do. Same thing with Swamp People. It's not necessarily about the fish and the gators. It's about the people that are in the show. That's why I watch it. So, and I've been watching every episode. Hell, LaMichael James, recommended the Swamp People. And I've been watching that for like, I don't know how long, 10, 12, 15 years. I don't know how long fucking Swamp People has been on, but it's been on quite a long time. All right, hold on. I'm scrolling through my remote here real quick. I know Paisley's probably missing Daddy too. So, all right. So Naked and Afraid. I used to watch Naked and Afraid back in the day, but I was like, I was like watching these naked people run around, whatever. I mean, it's like, I don't know. It doesn't do it for me. You know what I mean? There's just certain shows that I used to watch, but I just don't watch anymore. But I do watch the Wicked Tuna. What else do we got here? We got a Chernobyl special coming up on Science Channel. Okay. The Food That Built America, or Vice Channel. Okay. And then National Geographic, which I love. I love Animal Planet. What the fuck we got going on here? We got Food Network. Oh, and then A&E's got some cool shit on here where it's like WWE Most Wanted Treasures, which is kind of cool. And then they have a new Stone Cold episode that's on at 10. This one is Bret the Hitman Hart on A&E right now, and then Goldberg after that. And then Stone Cold Takes on America, which is a kind of a cool show where he does things like Dirty Jobs, where he does like people write in, and then he'll do the jobs. Oh, I got Bob's Burgers. All right, so I got enough stuff. Hell yeah. Seafood Gumbo watching Ancient, dude, and I can watch Ancient Aliens like I can watch it for an hour easy, or I might get into mode where I watch it for like 4 to 6 hours and I just get into it. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, it's just cool, dude. Like, and I like just seeing how they treat each other. When it's like you can have a fucking rival and they'll be like, fuck you. But then he's like, dude, I ran out of bait. And they'll go over there like a friend and like hook the person up, because they know at some point they're going to be stuck and their motor is going to be dead and they're going to be dead in the water. And they know if they, call their rival, they'll come and bail them out. And I like that, man. Southern hospitality to the, to the very fullest. So, yeah, I used to watch it like initially, but I just, after the first season or two, I just, there's other shows on the network on History, Discovery, and Nat Geo that interest me a little more. So, yeah, well, Blackpool Combat Club is the last match with Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks. They saved that for last. So they're doing the 4 pillars second to last. Well, especially with 4 wrestlers, Darby and Sammy are high flyers. Jungle Boy, obviously can do some moves as well, with like Hurricane Ranas and whatnot. And MJF is the guy that's probably, the least high flying, just a great shit talker. And obviously we know what he can do in the ring, more technical and whatnot. Yeah, and plus, like when I have my shows when they're on, like I feel like my day is off if I don't watch it. Like I've been watching like Wicked Tuna and like Swamp People from like the very, very beginning. So like it's funny too because like none of my friends watch any of the same things. Like I mean, I think most people just assume unless you're a part of this channel on a regular basis, they just like, oh, all Ryan does is just sports and and wrestling. That's it. So, oh yeah, ooh, that's a good one. I can look that up for you, bro. Yeah, that sounds great too. Pick me up, bro. Let's go get some chicken and waffles. They just landed a tuna. Yeah, but it better look like that. Chicken don't glisten like that. Then the chicken and waffles ain't on the, there's going to be different tiers, and depending on if they make the homemade waffle or like an Eggo style. Hell yeah, Swamp People's funny as hell. And you know what's really dope too on Wicked Tuna on the show that I'm watching and Swamp People? You actually see females like doing the job that the men are doing and like reeling in the tunas or like getting the gators. And sometimes they'll do just as good as the guys, if not better. Like just imagine being out there on the swamp with one woman or two women. I mean, like I said, or doing this like tuna fishing. They have one group that's two women that are out there, and sometimes they lose the tunas, but sometimes they land them, and it takes them longer because they're not as strong. Like I saw one where the two girls, it took them like fucking 12 hours, where it probably would have took the guys maybe like 8, or 7 if they're like really grinding on a fish that long. It's like not every fish comes in, in like 30 minutes or less. Like sometimes these battles like go into the night, and they're battling a fish for like literally 5, 6, 7, 8 hours or longer. Imagine battling a fish for like fucking 12 hours and then losing it right at the boat. You lose your goddamn mind. Oh, dude, you should. You should. And it's like, you can have it look like that. This is top tier. This is like 10 out of 10. You can have something also like we've shared this in the past, right? You can have something that also looks like this, which is a downgrade in looks, but still it could be very tasty. Obviously the way that the waffle is made and with the syrup and butter and, obviously with the chicken, this chicken is more like, Popeyes, KFC, kind of like just throw it on the plate type style. It looks to me instead of more like restaurant style, and there's some potential there. It's just there's different levels to it.
No more legendary spot than the Nipper Grounds right here. This is a really OG tuna spot. A lot of tuna fishing probably was invented and pioneered right here back in the 60s and 50s. This is where they would check out for the tunas. It was 14 miles from the land. Lots of bait, lots of whales, lots of life here. The tunas were here, frolicking. We're fishing up here now. We're over Chatham. Chatham's had a good time. We went down to Chatham and did what we had to do. It's like the middle of the summer rut, and the fishing goes dry all around. Chatham stayed consistent this year. Other years where we were doing what we were doing, we would hang in there and stay with the fleet. It's just that the local bottom was producing. We're up here in our local waters fishing the Nipper. This is where we get them. This is where we strike. Spider-Man with you. I just don't want to get that.
Oh no, damn it. Oh, that sucks, bro. You just looked it up. You just got Flavor Town. You're like, oh, all right, he's got me with these photos.
We're trying to stay afloat in this competition and get our numbers up so we can remain a contender.
Oh no, that's terrible, bro. It's like Sons of Anarchy and Mayans MC in real life.
Really appreciate it. Hopefully we can capitalize and get a fish on board.
It's a different day, so you guys got the conditions and hopefully get on quick.
I got something for you, Shep, that you've never seen before. You ready? I wish something like this was close to me in Oregon, which it won't be. You're in a hurry, right? Chicken and waffle to go. But like that, like cone style. I mean, obviously, it'd be nicer just to be able to eat it on the plate, but I mean, it could work. I don't think I've ever seen that before. People are very inventive, man. I mean, I guess you could probably take the wrapper off and then you could flatten it all out if you needed to. But if you were just kind of like in a hurry and whatnot, that could work. That could kind of work. No way. You did? How was it? Was it good? It looks interesting to me, like it could work, just based on like how they made the waffle and, have it all linked together right there. And if you got the syrup already in there and or you put it in, take a couple pieces of chicken out, then you butter it. And, maybe the butter and everything is already like marinating all in there already, just, I don't know. It looks awesome to me. You get to have all the food. Well, plus with your job and stuff too. I mean, you probably go to Flavor Town more than most people on the channel. You get to be able to try out like the best food wherever you're staying.
The Bush Guy, cold and smooth survival skills. If you don't counter a black bear, do not run. Instead, speak firmly in a loud voice. And for the mouse.
Oh, yeah.
My name's Paige, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is the crispiness of the breading and the tenderness of the filet. It's tasty, it's warm, it's total satisfaction.
Find wellness at Winston.
Being a woman in this industry, there's not many. That does not scare me. We're going to show the world what two women on a mission can do. Competing against the guys. Let's go, boys! I'm going to kick his ass.
$10. Waffle bites in it, strawberry. Ooh, cool. Oh, okay. Nice. And then waffle. Yeah, I was gonna say I would assume it would be a $8 to $15 type of thing. MJF retains, which we knew he would. But maybe they thought MJF and just Darby wouldn't have been as good, one-on-one. So they might as well add on the other two participants. Yeah. How's the crowd overall, Brian? Is the crowd not very good tonight? Like, what would you grade the pay-per-view up to this point? Like a 7? Or is it worse than that?
Tape on this thing. Beautiful fish. Heck yeah. Awesome. These channel fish are a little tricky. You never know. I mean, sometimes we're reeling a shark and it's a tuna. Sometimes we're a bellow fish and it's a bigger fish. You just never know. He's pumped right now. Let's go back to Gloucester, baby. Woo! We got some mojo going, and it's not stopping. No limits to Shelly on there.
But I feel like the crowd was probably underwhelming. The card was underwhelming to begin with. a little bit. I mean, there was a few matches to look forward to, but not like a full built up card, you know? So I would have probably, it's like probably 5 to 7, I assume is what you're going to say. About 7, yeah. But quite loud. I mean, it's pay-per-view, right? So it should be. And then the last match is going to be the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega, the Elite, versus the Blackpool Combat Club. That they decided to do that one last. I mean, that one is going to be insane. I mean, that one obviously is going to be the best match of the night. I mean, can you imagine the spots and the physicality are going to be in that match? I mean, just with those 6 guys, I mean, I can only imagine what they're going to do. It definitely will be special. All right, so what should we do here? Do we want to just end the stream here in like 3-4 minutes at the 3 hour and 30 mark, and then possibly I'll do NASCAR, tomorrow. I'm definitely going to be doing the Stars and then the Golden Knights. We'll also watch Game 7 of the Heat and the Celtics, and I'll watch a little bit of the Mariners and Yankees at that time. So I might do the NASCAR stream at noon, and then obviously I'm definitely doing the hockey, playoff hockey, NBA, and Mariners baseball in the evening. We're going to do that one for sure at 5 p.m. So I like everything. I mean, like I said, sometimes I'll be in a mood for just like a little wing. Sometimes it'll be thigh. Like a little drumstick. Sometimes I feel like sometimes I'll just get in that mode where I'll want like 2 or 3 drumsticks, and that's it. And I don't even want to touch a breast or a thigh, based off the chicken. You know what I mean? But other times I want more meat, and I'm going to go straight for the thigh. I'm going to go straight for the chicken breast, and I'm going to want multiple of that. But obviously, you can eat more wings. It's like by the time you eat 2, 3, 4 wings, that's like maybe one good size of a thigh or the chicken breast. So. Yeah. But what are you guys thinking? Do you guys want to go into the 3 hour and 30 minute mark with a couple more minutes, or did you guys want to try to go to the 4 hour mark and then end it there? I'm going to spend time with Paisley, and I'll be obviously watching Wicked Tuna and some other stuff too and whatnot, but I'll let you guys decide. Do you guys want to just end it here in a few minutes, or do you guys want to go to Flavortown for a little bit longer? I don't really care. I mean, it's totally up to you guys on what you guys want to do. I just try to be able to spend some time with you guys, and if we can look at some amazing food and go to Flavortown, that's cool. But either way, it's cool with me. We're probably going to have a decently long day tomorrow. So. Yeah, I figured you were. All right, let's do that. Let's stay then until it's 32 more minutes. I mean, looking at food, how many food photos is that going to be? Like 20, or something, and then we can go on. So you guys let me know. You control the stream the rest of the way. So whatever you guys want, Sarah, Shep, Brian, you let me know. Like I said, you just put in a food, and then I can start going to Flavortown from there. Whatever you guys want. Ooh, look at this one I found, Shep. Oh, baby. I always like finding new, too.
Beautiful fish, guys. I mean, it's got that lighter, rosy, pinkish color to it. You can see it all the way here into the majors. The skin is beautiful. Core is nice.
That one's a really good photo, like really close up, too. That was what I was looking for in that other photo, but then I just found that one. I was like, oh, shit. Okay. 4K HD, always better. I need to see all the detail. I can't see like a little bit of the food. I need to see everything, every detail. All the pixels. I'm fucking super hungry, as you can tell now. A food chat. Yeah, I know we could. For real. $21. Let's get to a hundo. Ooh, okay, let's do that. I can do that. I like it. Something different. And I don't even think we've done that before. Have we done that before on the channel? With oxtails and rice and spinach rice or anything like that? Special entrance with a band? Oh, really? Yeah, keep me posted on all what's going on. Oh, my Lord, bro. Jesus. This oxtail stew jump off that they got on here. Dude, look at this. Like when you say oxtail to someone, they're like, what is that? I don't want that. That sounds gross. But then you actually look at the photo and you're like, oh, damn. Bro, get that. Get out of here. That looks delicious. Good choice, bro. For real, we could do that. Or just be like me eating gummies and partaking that particular way, and then it's eating food and then having it being recorded. Yes, dude.
You get the crispy tenderness of the chicken and that hint of sourness from the pickles. Ta-da!
The Bush Guy, bold and smooth survival skills.
Man, I got all the views. Top view, side view. That one is just like, pff, okay, yeah. I got a couple other ones that are, obviously not as good as that, but you get the idea. Kind of like a top view, like this one. Still delicious. Could only imagine. Man, that one's kind of looks like more like homemade, like a homemade picture that, hey, I'm about to take this picture. Still looks good though, right? This one too. Kind of just like, a little snap right before I get into it. God, I am so fucking hungry right now. I'm not sure if this was a good idea. I want to go to Flavor Town so bad. Oh my God.
Well, we probably wouldn't show you how they're made, including this part, which is our favorite. Wow. And this is also great. Each pair comes standard with lenses that are scratch resistant, anti-reflective, and UV protective. Try 5 pairs.
Bro, look at this. Before the rice is added. Okay, so first we got to put it back on this one. I got to get rid of the other ones that are subpar, not our level, not our standard. And then go here. That's our standard. We have to have standards, right? And then look at this one. This is up to that same level. Ready? Before the rice, though. Let's go. Look at the marinade. Damn, bro. They're fighting outside the ring. I got you, bro. We're on the same brain length, I keep hitting you with these 10s, bro. Got another one. Pow, pow. Look at that one. Shep is in love. Yeah, I'm just going through just whatever they got there. Whatever looks delicious, I'm like, yeah, give me some of that. Pow, pow.
I'll get the bait. Ooh, look at this one. Oh, that's a good one, Jay, too. Yeah. Nice fresh one, aren't you? Just about 2 p.m. right now. Gotta get the lines out here. Hopefully we'll make it happen quick. It's about a 3.5-hour steam back to Gloucester. If we don't hook up before sundown, we might not make it back with a fish before the midnight cutoff. We don't know how many days we're gonna have left, so we have to capitalize every single day.
Honey maple glazed pork belly. You're on it today, bro.
How deep is that one? 180. Watch that rod. Just watch it. I don't know if we've been told this. I saw it today, and so far we haven't been that lucky. They're really frustrating morning. I gotta put another bait on. Just kept this one had a goldfish on it, so here's what it is. Hopefully, two of them go on. Morning, Dan. Morning. We got all these birds, but we haven't marked nothing, you know. My grandson Danny is out here as a full-time mate over his summer vacation. I need a bait. He can come store with a good look, John, for the bad fish. All right.
This one's a maple mustard pork belly bite. Oh, I don't know if it'll let me format it though. Probably not. Some of these will like format, some won't. And a lot of them aren't gonna fit the screen, unfortunately. But let's see if I can find some good. Honey glazed crispy pork belly. See, look, even Carmelo Hayes and Braun Brady, they want some. Maple glazed pork belly with crispy crackling. Whatever the fuck that means. Whatever it means, I imagine it's good. Honey glazed crispy pork belly by Kevin. All right, let's see what Kevin's got going on in the kitchen. All right, Kevin. What's good, Kevin? What you got going on in the kitchen, Kevin? He's like, I got you, dog. All right, well, show me. What is it? Show your boy. Oh. That's a monster.
These things that you learn are not yours. We have to bring on more young people to the future.
I don't know who is being without what our ancestors taught us.
I don't want that tradition to end and die with me.
Good day to be indigenous.
Yeah, kind of thought I had the aisle, but
Hot nuts, popcorn, bundle and save.
Nuts and popcorn and savings. Just like bundling your own car with coffee.
yeah, in fact, hot nuts are like home insurance. I get it.
The gecko explained it briefly.
Whoa!
I know you.
Yeah,
Not you. The guy who only bundled my
This one looked kind of good. It was like some fried pork chop jump off. It was just kind of next to the other ones. I was like, oh, okay. That one looks actually kind of good. Yeah, steak. Good choice. I was just thinking something like that. Either some really good chicken or some really good steak variations. My boy.
the bush guy, cold and smooth survival skills. If you encounter a black bear, do not run.
I got the stakes on lock.
In a loud voice. And for the mouse.
Hey, my name's Paige, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is the crispiness of the breading and the tenderness of the filet. It's tasty, it's warm, it's total satisfaction.
I'm gonna go check up on Paisley. Let's go.
The Chasing Business Premier Card is made for people like Sam who make
Everyday products designed smarter. Like a smart coffee grinder that orders fresh beans for you.
oh, genius. For more breakthroughs like that,
I need a breakthrough card.
like ours, with 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more.
Plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
And with greater spending potential, Sam can keep making smart ideas.
Brilliant reality.
The 8th Business Premier Card from Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours.
I can focus all my efforts on being able to find what I want to do with my life, how I want to contribute to this world. So for that, I'm extremely thankful.
Hello there, my name is Seychelle, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich original to me is that punch of flavors that's unlike any other. You get the crispy tenderness of the chicken and that hint of sourness from the pickles. Ta-da!
Please let's go food now, baby.
Isn't that what a goat does, or is that a sheep?
I can't do it.
He's new as hell. And it's a big fish. He was on the surface. So we gotta concentrate. We gotta get this one, man. We gotta move up on the board. We gotta make some money.
Oh, he's a big.
He's going down. Might have to bump it. Still alive in the water. Gonna get him on that side.
I don't see him here.
Oh, easy. Bring it.
Watch him now. Just say that.
Get a shot at it.
We are ready to go.
Hold on.
Ribeye or prime rib, yes. 20. Yeah, Paisley's just snugging. She's just laying on the couch, just relaxing, waiting for Dad. And we might go for a walk, maybe. I just like being outside, and it's like I'm really blessed to actually have a dog, because if I didn't have a puppy or a dog to let me get back to my roots and enjoy nature, for my mental health, like being outside is such a huge part of like my success in like life. And it's just nice to be able to have a dog that is always willing to explore and always willing to go, and pull me somewhere, even where I don't necessarily want to go, but then sometimes it ends up being worth it as long as I don't fucking fall down or injure myself. But I've gone back to our spot a few times now, and it's not too far from my place, and it's so nice, man. Elliot in the building. How are you? Payne, I know, trying to get past the Yankees, and I'll try to do you a favor and beat them up tomorrow. So, yeah, we're going to stay on here probably for another like 15 minutes or so. Glad that you were able to come in. And if you have any requests on any food, we're kind of going through like the meats right now. So I'm just trying to show some of like Flavor Town. Did a little bit of seafood, did a little breakfast food, and now we're just kind of ending it on. Was going to do NASCAR, but it got rained out for the Coca-Cola 600. So we just did the NXT wrestling pay-per-view. Actually, was pretty good. So
We need to catch every single day to win this thing, and more importantly, to go home with paychecks, as many as we can before it ends.
What do you got for weight today? 243 pounds grass. All right, yeah, that's all right. It's a nice little market size fish, right? Let's take a closer look, see what we got here. All right, good luck.
I mean, there's one thing that you're going to be able to find And obviously steak and meat and ribeye. Yes. I am a little selective though, you know, and I can't just choose anything. It's got to have that look. $19 a pound. And sometimes they're, you know, 200 pounds, 300, 400, 500. I mean, imagine, you know, getting a 500-pound tuna and getting like $22 a pound. It's a lot of fucking money. You know, that you wonder why certain people, you know, that they, you know, do like, you know, crabbing and like deadliest catch or like tuna fishing is because of the fucking payout. Sometimes it's light, but every once in a while it ends up being massive. But of course, the boat owner is going to get like 50%, and you know, then you get 25% between the other two guys typically. But still, you're getting a shitload of money.
Please catching fish over in Chatham. TJ, Bob, even Tim on the backfish already hooked up this morning. It's making me nervous. This day is flying by, and we need to get a catch as soon as possible.
Yeah, a couple boats just hooked up next door, so there's definitely some fish here. We just gotta get ours. We don't need to get a hookup here.
You know, whenever you see other boats hooked up, it means it's starting to get fishing. Fish are coming through. They're on the feed. They're on the hunt. This is when you got to get ready. Put the fighting gloves on. Get ready, Mark. Get the fighting gloves ready any minute.
Get off the anchor.
Big Max. We're gonna get one. Who's better than us, Mark?
Damn, I just thought Flavortown was a good idea. Man, I'm more hungry than I was when I even started.
There's an anchor ball up there. Orange anchor ball. Our fish is running right for the anchor. We got a big fish on here, and now our fish is approaching another boat's anchor ball. So we really gotta maneuver around this person's anchor ball so our fish doesn't get stuck and break us off. I think it's in it.
Back to drag off. Back to drag off. Back to drag off. Back to drag off.
Holy.
Watch the anchor. Hold on to your lunch, Mark.
Hey, my name's Paige, and what makes the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich
Hell yeah, nice job.
is the crispiness of the breading and the tenderness.
It's a Jack Daniel's steak with whiskey sauce.
It's total satisfaction.
So,
I mean, we both saw this coming.
The Chasing Business Premier card.
Oh, that looks good.
Everyday products designed smarter.
Like a smart coffee grinder. It orders fresh beans for you.
Oh, genius. For more breakthroughs like that,
I need a breakthrough card.
like ours, with 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more.
Plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
And with greater spending potential, Sam can keep making smart
A
ideas.
brilliant reality.
The 8th Business Premier card from Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours.
I like it when they're really sharp, so I can like see every fucking detail, you know, in the plate. You know, like every little piece, every little subtle ingredient, the marinade, the salt, whatever you got on there. Yeah, me too, man. That's why I love Easter and Thanksgiving so much, and I love that type of food is because I only eat it twice a year. So that's why I love it. So holy shit, even this looks good. Cheesy smoked meatloaf in a Jack Daniel barbecue sauce. Bro, I would eat this. And I know some people don't like meatloaf. I love it because I don't eat it very often. I only eat it a couple times a year. And if someone can make a meatloaf the right way, I know maybe back in the 80s and 90s are like, meatloaf, I hate this. I actually look forward to it. That looks incredible. Little veggies on the side. It's like a big ass loaf of bread. That would be amazing. Cut me off a piece. Yeah, me too, man. See? We're on the same boat, bro. All these haters of meatloaf that fucking ate it again. Dude, hook me. I could eat meatloaf once a week. Like, no doubt. Like, I've been to the point, where it's like you like to get it homemade, but sometimes, like, I'll get to a point, like, no lie, I will be, either at like a Winco or a Costco or a Safeway. And sometimes, they'll make one fresh for the day. And sometimes I'll go to like a deli and just be like, I'm not going to make it myself. But if you're already making one, you know what I mean? And, you can get like a mini one from a store usually for like maybe $8. And it's enough food for like 2 people. And then add some stuff on the side. And then, meatloaf sandwich if you don't eat it all. Money. And then you can eat meatloaf cold or warm. It's one of those things. Of course, it's going to taste better warm, but it's kind of like pizza and other things, pad thai, where you could actually eat it, kind of like room temperature, and it still tastes good. Motherfucker said cowabunga. Damn, look at this fucking T-bone I just found. Look at this. Look at this massive T-bone, bro. So that meatloaf looks fucking bomb. Oh my God. Flavor Towns. Bro, they do. I've bought it like more than once. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes, like, if they're making it and I'm already seeing what they got, you can get like they have like their little Asian section for like sushi. Then they have like their, chicken section, for like the fried chicken, Panda Express knockoff, where they have that with like the noodles and they'll have like some General Tao or whatever. But then also, besides getting like, pasta salad and other things like that, macaroni salad, pasta salad and stuff. But then, dude, I've actually bought it a few times and I've been actually incredibly satisfied with their meatloaf. It was really good. I was actually shocked on how good it was. And I've bought it multiple times. Yeah. You wouldn't think Safeway would be able to have something that would be close to like a restaurant quality meatloaf, or a homemade meatloaf. And it really is. Because if it wasn't good, of course, I wouldn't buy it again. And I will buy it. I've bought it a couple times. And sometimes, I'll get to a point where I'm super hungry, where you'll have like the portion, that's supposed to be for 2 people. Fuck, I'll just eat the whole thing. If I start going at it, I might not eat it in just one sitting. It might take a minute, and then I'll get hungry a couple hours later and finish it or whatever. But yeah, I do love meatloaf sandwich a lot. And then with those rolls, the Hawaiian rolls, bro, you got it, dude. Money. Now on Wicked Tuna, they got a brother-sister combo. They had a guy, Tyler, who used to do it with his buddy, but then the buddy died. And then obviously they had the sister that was kind of helping, and now she's like full-time with the brother, and she actually reels him in while he drives the boat. It's really impressive. And she's not big. She's like this little 100-pound blonde, but she has really good technique, and it's just amazing to see. You never can count anyone out, even if someone, is 100 pounds and they don't look like they can bring in a 200 to 500 pound tuna. And sometimes he'll hop on the reel, but there's been times where she'll bring in the whole tuna by herself. It's so impressive, dude. Yeah, some of the fried chicken can be good at times, for sure. Yeah. Ingles. We don't really have Albertsons anymore. And a lot of the Thriftways that we had out here, a lot of the Albertsons and Thriftways are gone. It's usually like Safeway, Winco, or Costco. A little medium rare. Then you get people that are like, give it to me even more. I want to go to Flavor Town. Pan-seared steak with red wine sauce. This next one. Bro, peep that. Jesus. Blackpool Combat Club wins. Honey glazed duck, yeah. And Shep, you're like adventurous too. Like, you just, are willing to try, a little bit of everything. And that's when you get to go to Flavor Town. Because if you're too picky, you'll never figure it out. So honey roasted breast of duck with these special cherries. Look at this jump off, bro. Obviously, this is like high-end restaurant jump off, like Gordon Ramsay stuff, but this looks very interesting. Just the actual placement of the food. Bro. This one's crazy too. Check this out. French stuffed version. French stuffed duck roast with walnut apple. Bro. Oh, this one won't even come up. Don't do me like that. Oh, it was so incredible. I can't believe this isn't going to come up for me. No. They're like, I thought this one was going to come up for sure. They're like, you wish, oh dog. All right, I'm going to go through some of the photos here. We'll just go through the photos one last time. And then, absolutely. You do, Ro. Ooh, pot roast. Let's do that real quick. We'll do some pot roast, and then we'll go through all the photos after we do the pot roast, and then we'll call it a stream. Good choice. Oh, man. I'll hit you with it like in the plate, in the main, like before it's served. You got to look at it, like the variations of it. Like before it gets served on the plate, you get that vibe. And then like right when it comes out of the oven, like that vibe. Looks good. This one's a Tuscan pot roast. This other one. And then slow cooker pot roast. They have those options. Polish pot roast. This one actually looks fucking pretty fire.
Hey, it's your dry skin. Every day with these ceramides, I need to seal in moisture.
Flavortown, man.
CeraVe delivers
I just love different types of cultures and different types of food.
barrier, so I can lock in moisture, feel hydrated, and
Don Callis is now the manager of Blackpool Combat Club. Well, you already kind of felt like it was the turn was coming, you know, that he was going to turn on Kenny and the you know, and the Elite.
It's tasty, it's warm, it's total satisfaction.
Going from like the hot faction to like the new faction. Interesting.
Delicious, comforting. But by the
Ooh.
your stomach might not feel so good.
Wow, that's crazy. Flavortown. All right, let's go through all the photos here. I think we got some good ones and we can kind of go through them. So first, when Shep and Brian came in, a little like chicken and waffle jump off. So we'll go through each one of these photos slowly and then we'll end up calling it a day and then we'll be right back at it tomorrow and I'll spend the rest of my night with Paisley. That one's fire. That's going to be the best chicken and waffle photo you're ever going to find. Not going to be one better than that. At least I haven't seen one. There's going to be others that are pretty good, but not this one. I mean, just look at the glisten on the chicken, though. It's game over. Just looking at the chicken itself, it's like, how are you going to compare to that? Ridiculous. This still looks, you know, Flavortown. Flavortown. I'm fucking hungry as hell now, as you can tell. Oh, man. Let's go. Let's go. And then we went into some oxtail, which I thought was a fantastic choice. We haven't really done that before, I don't think. And if we have, it was you months ago, right? But geez, man, are you kidding me? 10 out of 10, Flavortown. Another 10 out of 10. You kidding me? Looks so good. Crispy, juicy, the marinade. I have to like soak it in on each photo. Oh my God. So good. And then we started going into some steaks and whatnot. So a little top view. That one's nice. I like that one. Oh, medium rare action. Oh, man. Let's go. Bush. Flavortown, baby.
over 500 one-of-a-kind independent
Pull up a chair.
throughout the world.
Man, everything looks so fantastic. Hell, even the meatloaf looks fantastic. Get on that train. T-bone. Fuck, that T-bone is ridiculous. Takes up like the whole platform. My God. Little bites. Pot roast looks good. Got little potatoes and carrots in there too. Sometimes it's not just about just the main. You know, you got to have the sides too to complete the meal. That Polish one actually looks pretty good too. Let's go, man. We vacationed, we dipped, we left. Boom. That's where we went. Don Callis. Really? Oh, nice. I know, me too, bro. Well, I appreciate you guys very, very much. Thank you to everyone that donated, that came in and commented. You know, had a good time tonight. And like I said, a disappointment we weren't able to do Coca-Cola 600 for NASCAR, but I had actually a legitimate great time doing this NXT Battleground. And almost all the matches were like a 7 or better, which is very not normal, you know, for WWE or NXT. So I hope you guys have a great rest of your night, and I'll be back live more than likely for at least a little bit at noon to test the waters for NASCAR. And then definitely at 5 o'clock for the Stars and the Golden Knights game 6, as well as covering the Celtics and the Heat and the Mariners and the Yankees. So you guys have a great rest of your night. I love you and I appreciate you. And we'll be back tomorrow. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.